Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the Landscape and Visual Effects Inquiry session for the Beauly Peterhead overhead line. I hope everyone's well rested. I think before we start it'll be worth just having a look at the timings again. I think we will be quite tight for time, so we'll hopefully make good progress through each of the different slots. I think we'll have a shorter lunch. 45 minutes anyway, we'll see how we're going, and we'll probably will be right up to the end of the day. So I'm hoping maybe Mr. Finlay, you'll take us up to about the break, and then perhaps we'll get through to the end of Mr. Brown by lunchtime, but we'll just have to see how we go. So we have got a little bit, and we obviously have to leave a bit of time for Mr. Kemp's evidence and his cross-examination before we close. Are there any points anyone wants to raise before we get started? No? Everyone happy? Ms. Rylott, you happy? Great. Okay, thanks. Mr. Finlay?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Rylott, again, formally. Yesterday, we had a debate about an example you'd raised of a housing estate and electricity line. And I just want to raise that and potentially put it in a different way to you. Are you aware, and this is, if you're not aware, please say so and I'll move on, but are you aware of the agent of change principle?
Before I answer that question, I just wanted to clarify some questions that you asked me yesterday, if that's all right. You asked me about the 100-metre buffer or distance from residential properties and where that 100 metres had come from. So prior to giving evidence yesterday, I was talking to my colleagues and I was also asking them about constraint maps. And I was given the references to 2 figures. Now, I'm not sure if these references are correct, but it was figure 3, page 1, 005.008. And I'm not sure that is the correct reference. And the other one was figure 5.
Let's check that, because this is new to us, but not to you. So you get 5.8.
5.8, yes. Figure 3, page 1.
Yeah.
What we should see is a constraints map. Right, well, when I looked at that one this morning, I couldn't find a constraints map. I got into the non-technical summary. I'll have another look.
5.8, page 1 is an environmental constraint. By all means, and then take us to your next document. And if there are sources for that, which you find subsequent to you giving evidence, obviously subject to the reporters, I'm very happy for you to let us know within a short period of time so I can deal with that in closing submissions.
Okay. The second one was figure 5.2, page 3 of 29, and it was 16.43.
So that's CD 1643, is it?
Yes, and again, I'd like that checked because I don't, when I go to that document, it brings me into something about ornithology. But prior to giving evidence yesterday, I saw a figure that had lots of green circles on it, 100 metres sort of buffers, soft buffers, constraints around all the residential properties within the line, looking at the routing. And this was how the routing had been. So it may be that 100 metres came from there, and that's how we've got to it. But I can't give you any more information than that. I just thought those maps might be interesting.
I'm grateful. Well, if you do find anything else, or you find a reference on those maps which are helpful, if you can submit that through your team to my team, then...
I will do, yes, I will do. Yesterday you also asked me about whether or not there could be a significant effect from this development or within this landscape within 3 kilometres anywhere.
Yeah.
Is it possible? And I think I said no, but I want to clarify that I have only looked at this alignment, this proposed development, and the viewpoints and receptors that have been assessed to come to that conclusion. I've not been involved with line routing. I don't know if an alternative route would have greater significant effects if it was somewhere else. So sort of a hypothetical answer there, but
Okay.
that's just that clarification.
Thank you for that. Just to follow up on that, what I take from that is that in this case you found no significant effects greater than 1.5 kilometres, but you don't rule out the prospect that there might be in other cases from a line of this size or scale in other circumstances.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Back to your question.
Back to my question. Absolutely. Are you aware of the agent of change principle?
I beg your pardon, what's
The
it called?
agent of change principle.
No,
Well,
that's...
then that I shall pass on. Could we then go to volume chapter 3 of the environmental statement, which is CD 6.4, and the topic now is horizontal limits of deviation.
do you have a page number?
Yes, hang on. So, limits of deviation begins at electronic page 5 of 27, paragraph 3.6. And the horizontal limits of deviation are dealt with at 3.6.4.
Yes, I see that.
And we see that there are two limits of deviation depending on the type of tower.
Sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Finlay, I've just knocked a microphone off, which might be a problem for the transcription.
It's all happening this morning. Now, the tension towers, my understanding of that from earlier in the document, that tension towers and angle towers are dealt with as one and the same concept. So you have suspension towers and angle or tension towers. I think in your evidence and in the EIA chapter, you deal with or give consideration to 100-metre LOD radius. Would you anywhere consider or deal with the radius for tension towers?
For a 200-metre limit of deviation, no.
And just my understanding that, and I'm going to give you a list now, I don't expect you to be aware of it, but for the for the properties that are in dispute between us, there's a tension tower firstly near Common Water Farmhouse, which is THC R220, and that is BC4. The tower, I think, is BC4-4B. There's one at Black House, which is TCHR. It can't be 220 as well. I must have got that wrong, but I'm sure we can we can find out the reference for that. And the tower is BC5-5A. And there's a thirdly at 2 Langnaleen, which is TCHR28D, I believe. There's an angle tower at BC519, and at Grove Park, which is TCHR28E, there's an angle tower at CB1-5. Clearly, if a tower could move within a 200-metre radius, that could have, again, a very significant impact on a property.
Ms. Rylock, can you remember your microphone? Sorry.
Sorry, yes, it could. I don't know, and it's possibly a point for clarification to be made by others. There is a limit of deviation shown on the maps. It may be that the suspension towers can move 200 metres within that limit of deviation, so up and down the line, a sort of lateral movement, or it may be that they mean 200 metres anyway. It's not clear from this, and I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, it says 200 metre LOD radius around the tower position.
It does, yes.
Mr. Reid is, I know.
I'm hesitant to interrupt, but if we look over at table 3.1, it clarifies that beyond 100 metres is for construction work area only. Table 3.1, row 2. All towers within specified upper is limited to 100 metres, and then LODs greater than 100 metres are for construction working areas only. Rather than point that out in the re-examination.
I'm grateful to my friend. Just consider that. Thank you. And secondly, as to the towers, do you know what the justification for having a 100 metre LOD radius is? I only ask that because in the Angus inquiry that was referred to yesterday, in which I was involved, I think the equivalent figures were 55 metres and 100 metres.
Again, I believe that is a technical question. I don't know the answer to that.
Then, yesterday in your evidence in chief, you said you didn't feel it was worthwhile to take into account the horizontal LOD, and you gave a number of reasons for that. And I want to just explore that for a moment. Firstly, you accept in a EIA the important point for the reporters is to have a worst case basis.
Yes, where this can be practically assessed.
Yep.
Otherwise, there's a limitation on the EIA assessment.
Yeah. So, okay. Secondly, if what is to be permitted will not be the subject of anything other than an internal review, if the reporters don't know the worst case basis or are not confident as the worst case basis, then the EIAR won't have fulfilled its function, will it?
I believe you're referring to the change control process.
Yes.
So to just take a step back, if we are looking at hypothetical locations of towers and suspension towers and angle towers, and you try for each property to take the worst case location of the nearest one, you then try and string them together to produce a wire line, and that you can't produce the wire line because you've got a zigzag as the towers move closer to each property to give this hypothetical worst case. So it really is a question that needs to be asked at that technical level when we've got to that level of detail during the pre-construction level. And my understanding is that this is condition 14 is being put together to resolve this, and beyond that I can't provide any further information.
Yet again, Ms. Ryler, I'm afraid you didn't answer the question. If the condition to resolve the level, I'm not going to ask you about the technical terms of it, does essentially makes the decision-making process an internal one only to the applicant, so that there's no proper consultation. The EIAR fails to consider the worst case basis, it won't have fulfilled its function, will it?
The EIA, the Residential Visual Amenity Assessment, provides a lot of detail and provides a good starting point, and I believe it will be accurate for the majority of cases. And beyond that, in terms of the validity of that assessment, I still feel that there's a lot of information there that is a starting point, and that is the natural process that we have to go through with major infrastructure, that you have to have a situation where there has to be some allowance for micrositing, otherwise it becomes impractical and impossible to build things.
Yeah. Again, with respect, Ms. Riley, you didn't answer the question, but I'm going to move on. The answer you gave related to the practical, again, reiterated your case on the practical difficulties of dealing with a horizontal limit of deviation. I want to examine that. And to pick up again on you didn't feel that it was worthwhile, I just want to put some examples, again taken from the Angus Kintor-Teeling inquiry, where the applicant produced an RVAA prior to the route selection being finalised. So one purpose which did consider the horizontal limits of deviation, and one benefit of that there was that the sensitive areas, which we can see in this case are set out in table 3.1, for instance, which include residential gardens, were expanded to take into account the implications of potential horizontal limits of deviation. That could be one very useful way on which and practical way in which horizontal limits of deviation can be taken into account, is it not?
Yes, I think it's interesting information for developers, for contractors, for residents to understand. I think it is helpful. I'm not sure how they've done it in terms of the detail. Perhaps they have a finer grain of investigation, development. So I'm sorry, I can't comment further on that.
Okay. The second that I was going to put to you is that I think that they, like you, consider it would be quite difficult to produce a wireline with taking into account, one could do it in particular situations perhaps, but the generality is that it would be difficult to produce a wireline with the horizontal limits of deviation in it. But what they did, the RVAA is not just about wirelines, it's about descriptive technique. And they took into account in the RVAA in that case, I think I did a word check last night, there were 165 references to it. They took into account in the descriptive element, in a practical, common sense way, whether the exercise of micrositing might lead to a material change. And that is one way you could do it in a residential visual amenity assessment, is it not?
Yes.
And I'm grateful for that. And then the third reason you gave, or third I've noted you gave yesterday, was that you don't, when you are doing a wind turbine case, a wind farm case, you don't take into account the horizontal limits of deviation for your wind turbines. I'm going to suggest to you that the analogy is not a good one. It's very rare in wind turbine cases to have a property that is not financially connected closer than 2 kilometres to the wind farm.
No, I disagree. I believe there are many examples where people live within 2 kilometres of a wind farm. I myself live within 2 kilometres of a wind farm. I'm not financially involved. I think that happens increasingly, and a lot of wind farms undertake residential visual amenity as a matter of course. It becomes within, let's say, 20 properties within the 2 kilometres of the residential visual amenity assessment, maybe 1 or 2 will be financially involved. That's the usual pattern.
Okay, well, So let's reduce that to 1 kilometre. Are you aware of any properties that aren't residentially involved? As a generality, in the wind farms I've been involved, it would be extremely rare to have a property within 1 kilometre.
Again, I disagree. There is a wind farm up the road where there are 3 properties within 1 kilometre. They're not financially involved.
Well, I suggest to you that's unusual. But the point, and the reporters can use their own experience in this, but the point I'm putting to you is that whether it's 1 kilometre or 2 kilometres, micrositing by 100 metre at that distance will have a much lesser impact on a dwelling than micrositing where the tower is only 100 to 150 to 200 metres away.
Firstly, the residential visual amenity assessment. Distance is an important factor, but it's not the only factor. Quite often there might be factors of screening and topography that allow properties to exist closer to the development. Secondly, when we're looking at whether the property 100 metres is going to make a difference at that scale of development, I have seen conditions where there have been curtailment on movement, micrositing of turbines, to prevent such impacts happening. And I think each one needs to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And because of topography, because of screening, because of the landscape, each case is different. There are situations where 100 metres may well make a difference.
That's interesting, because I thought the point you were making yesterday was that you wouldn't do it for wind farms, so why do you do it for overhead lines? So do I take it from your answer this morning that you accept there might be cases where you take micrositing into account even for residential visual amenity in respect of wind farms?
Yes, and where I've seen that done, it's been done by condition.
Well, I suggest to you that's inconsistent with the point you were making in evidence in chief yesterday. Could I just check my notes for a moment? Yes, if you move on to page 7 on document 6.4 to paragraphs 3.6.8 and 3.6.9, which in summary is the internal change control process.
I'm sorry, could you just pause there? My computer's gone to sleep again. I need to wake it up. You gave me a reference there?
Yes, electronic page 7 of 27 on document CD 6.4.
So this is limits of deviation?
Management of micrositing within limits of deviation is the title at the bottom of the page.
I have it, thank you.
Again, perhaps I should have asked this question before taking you to it. Is this more of an issue to be dealt with within the details of this? Is this more of an issue to be dealt with within the conditions session than a matter of for you?
Yes.
Thank you. Then if we could move away from horizontal limits of deviation, but they were still relevant to the matter I want to discuss next, and that is residential visual amenity assessment and the approach to that. Then could you have document 1057 available, please? Which is the guidance note from the Landscape Institute, number 2 of 19.
Yes, I have it.
If you could turn to electronic page 9 of 23 to begin with, just so we can set the context. There are 4 steps in an RVAA, which you'll be infinitely familiar with. It's only at step 4 that you make an assessment of the predicted change. And one can see that replicated in the RVAA in this case. I've understood that correctly, have I?
Yes.
Okay. So in at paragraph under the first step, under paragraph 4.7, you'll get the guidance as to the preliminary study area, and for wind turbines it's 1.5 to 2 kilometres, which perhaps reminds me my 2 kilometre radius was probably over too big in my earlier question to you. For other developments it says unlikely to be required unless much closer. And for example, when assessing the effects of overhead transmission lines, generally only those properties within 100 to 150 metres of the finalised routes are potentially considered for inclusion in an RVAA. Yes. So I think you've just clarified that your 100 metres didn't come from here. I asked you a question yesterday, and you haven't come back in this, but I'll just repeat it because we're on the document now. Do you know the scale of overhead transmission line that this, the word that this was dealing with?
I believe yesterday I said no. My answer is still no. I don't know what scale of transmission tower they're talking about, but I can tell you that with this residential visual amenity assessment, the study area was not chosen by distance. It was chosen by magnitude of impact, which I think was a sensible choice. They took the most affected properties, those of high magnitude, major impact, and if you translate that back to distance to understand what kind of study area ultimately applied, it works out at roughly 450 to 500 metres.
Yeah. And then if we go on in the document to forming the RVAA judgment, can I take you to paragraph 419 on the electronic page 12 of 23. And that it talks about communicating judgment in a coherent manner using text with clear descriptions. And there are a number of descriptors, such as blocking the only available view from a property, overwhelming views in all directions, etc., etc. Those are, would you accept, those are descriptors, not a test?
I think the way that it's written, I take that as the test that they're looking for, rather than the descriptors. They don't provide any further information. I do accept that the language can vary from assessment to assessment, but essentially I believe they're looking for something that is going to trigger public interest. Well,
I can ask the reporter's note there's a disagreement between you and us on that. And my understanding is that those are descriptors rather than the test. But let's look at the language of the descriptors. The first one is blocking the only available view from a property. In your evidence, you've taken a very literal approach to the word blocking. And let's see if I can, I think that's at, just for the reporter's note, it's your evidence at 2.7.41 in your report. Suggests that unless something completely blocks out of view, you don't engage that aspect of it. I'd suggest to you that both that is an over-literal approach, and both a tower from an overhead line at close distance, and indeed wind turbines at a much greater distance, are capable of coming within that expression of blocking the only available view. They make a significant change to the view from a property. Otherwise, that would be an extremely limited descriptor, would it not?
I disagree. Blocking a view from a property is quite different from the other descriptors that are given here. And in my evidence, what I'm talking about is a solid block. If you imagine a giant warehouse facility, a building that can block both sunlight and the angle of the sun, the views to sunset, the views of the sky. I've seen situations that's quite different. A physical blocking of the view. That doesn't apply here. But there are other descriptors that are important that do apply, and those are the ones that I focused on.
Well, again, reporters have my point. I suggest you've taken an over-literal approach to blocking the view. The second descriptor is overwhelming views in all directions. Now, as a descriptor, that is perfectly understandable, but there's no requirement in a residential visual amenity assessment for the view to be overwhelmed in all directions, because that's very unlikely to arise in respect of a linear feature such as an overhead line, because if it lies one side of a property, it's unlikely to overwhelm the views on the other side of the property.
Yes, I do accept that, and that's why I think within the judgment and the assessment, although they have literally put within the descriptor views in all directions, I think it'd be a very strange development to sort of encircle a property on all sides. So when I've done my assessment, I've looked at that in terms of the directions from main living areas, main areas of landscape, garden where the garden may be the main living areas.
Well, see, I'm surprised you say that, because in the residential visual amenity assessment, which is CD 15.1, the relevant properties, which considering, and I'm aware this wasn't done by you, in terms of 4 of those properties, and I'll just give you a list. I don't think it's worth spending the time going through them. It's property CD THCR 13N, and that is electronic page 66 of CD 15.1. That is Common Water Cottage. Then the next one is Black House, which is THCR 2020. My apologies. Ignore that for the moment. Next one is, sorry,
I'm sure Mr. Kemp will be able to give you the reference number for Black House.
She does it.
yes, it's
20,
THCR.
20 and then B in her addendum
Yeah.
is where Rebecca Riley.
Grateful. And then 1 Langner Lane and 1 and 2 Langner Lane cottages, which is THCR 28D, which is electronic page 106. And then the next property, which is Kilovolt Farmhouse, which goes by a number of different names, which is THCR R28E, and the relevant finding there is at electronic page, I think 109, could be 110. In those 4 cases, under the step 4, the final test has been saying it wouldn't, includes the phrase, it would not overwhelm the view in all directions. Now, using that as a test for residential visual amenity, where the line is never going to do that, is surely setting too high a standard before reaching a likelihood of breaching the residential visual amenity assessment.
Well, that's one consideration. When you're undertaking residential visual amenity assessment, there are a number of factors that need to be considered, and the property needs to be assessed in the round. One needs to look at factors like the distance between the line and other pylons within the area. One needs to look at lines of sight, which are particular to that property. The perspective, the factors of intervening objects which may be within the garden or beyond, the context, the setting of the landscape, the extent of view, the layout, the amenity, the function, the spatial pattern and distribution, all of these factors come together in order to make that judgment. It's not just literally whether I can see it from every window of every house, although that is, you know, if something were to be that bad, then that is a consideration.
Obviously, that's a consideration, but I put to you those because those phrases were used by way of a test in assessing whether step 4 had been passed or failed. And I'm suggesting to you that it was improperly elevated from a descriptor or a consideration, as you've just described it, to an element of the pass or fail test at step 4 of the process.
Well, we did clarify earlier that I undertook my own assessment of the residential amenity, and my approach has been to take the properties in the round. And I give you my previous answer. That is one consideration. It's not the test. I don't judge that residential visual amenity is a pass or fail on that one issue.
And if we go to the Black House, which you deal with, or is dealt with in the RVAA assessment addendum, which is CD 1516, and the step 4 judgment is made at page 6 of 28, electronic page 6 of 28.
Can you just give me a chance to get that open, please? Could you give me the reference again?
Yes, of course. It's 1516, CD 1516, with the relevant zeros that go with it.
And the page number?
Electronic page 6 of 28. Again, when looking at the second paragraph under step 4, the first conclusion that is drawn says, although significantly visible, the view of the essential one tower would not appear inescapably dominant or overwhelming in all directions. And I've been clear, it's not the only test that's been applied. It goes on to consider whether it be overwhelming or unavoidable from the main views of the house. I'm going to leave that detail for further questions, no doubt, but it's never going to be overwhelming in all directions, is it?
I think that would be a rare situation.
Okay. Do you accept that the main views of again, from a property, you would give more weight to impact on those views than secondary views?
Yes.
Vote for. Let me just check a... Give me a moment, my apologies. Yes, you carry out your assessment of your assessment of the properties in Appendix 4 of your report, which is CD 20.1. Appendix 4 begins at electronic page 114. And if you can move on to page 115, where we deal with some of the properties that are in dispute between us. In your summary of the RVAA and reasoning for no RVAT breach, you don't identify the main views from any of these properties, do you?
Yes, what I've provided here is a very brief summary of the assessment.
But surely the main views and the impact on the main views are going to be the most important issue.
They will be one consideration, but yes, I agree there is importance attached to those.
Well, I suggest to you this is your assessment here is defective in not paying proper attention to the main views from these properties.
I disagree with that. As far as I've been able to ascertain the main views and the main living areas of the gardens, I've taken that into account.
And just coming back to the horizontal limited deviation, have you anywhere undertaken assessment of what the impact on any of these particular properties might be were the relevant towers to move up to 100 metres closer to the property?
No.
Again, I was suggesting due course that is a significant defect in your assessment. Can we move then off residential visual amenity assessment methodology? You may, and onto back to your report at paragraph sorry, your precognition. You take into account, you say in 3.2.3 of your precognition, which is CD 2032, if you've got that in front of you, you say contextually I observe that many properties would retain high levels of visual amenity with gardens that afford scope for adaptation, although this has not been considered, been a consideration of the RVAA. Again, the fact that people might grow shrubs to ameliorate the impact of a tower is not a relevant factor for assessing a worst-case basis impact, is it?
Yes, and as I've stated there, it's not a consideration for the RVAA.
Thank you. So, I'm grateful. Could we move on to the topic of whether something is localised or not? And this is, and if I stray into policy, no doubt you'll tell me if you feel uncomfortable about answering the questions. With a wind farm, whether there's going to be a localised effect or not is perhaps, albeit not without its problems, an easier task, because the wind farm, although it comprises a number of turbines, is essentially a contained spot on a map, whereas an overhead line is a lengthy linear feature.
The overhead line is a linear feature with a limited extent of significant impact along its length. A wind farm is often on the ridgeline, on elevated ground, and it has a ZTV that typically extends many, many kilometres. And typically when I've looked at wind farm development, the extent of visual effect, significant effects, will extend out to 10, 12. I've seen them even extend to 19 kilometre distance in all directions. That's a huge area. And so the determination of what is localised in those issues is perhaps a different manner in which it's considered. But I think if you're looking at geographical area, it's a little bit like comparing apples and pears, perhaps.
Ms. Rowlett, again, I wish you'd listened to the question. I wasn't asking you about the comparative effect, extent of significance effect. I was asking you about the difficulty of the exercise of assessment. But I will have noted with interest your acceptance that you can have significant effects of a wind farm up to 19 kilometres. But I'll come back to my question only once more, and that is that assessing whether something has, whether on a ridgeline or in a valley, doesn't matter, but assessing whether something has a localised effect, more than a localised effect, is an easier assessment process if you have a group of turbines in a relatively restricted location rather than a very lengthy overhead line.
No, I think you still have to go through a similar assessment process.
Okay. Do you form? You've mentioned the analogy of wind turbines. Do you say that? And this is just so I can understand your approach. Do you say that you take the same approach as to what is localised as, for instance, the impact of a wind farm as opposed to with, say, wind turbines between 150 and 200 metres, which is the current, tends to be the current scale, if not higher than 200 metres. Do you take the same extent as, or the same approach to the extent of lateral extent of what is localised or not as to an overhead line?
The landscape and visual impact assessment for both forms of development is the same process. So yes, and it's for others to determine what is localised. I can only advise from a landscape perspective.
Well, I'm not sure, I just want to make sure I understand your answer, because it's commonly said for wind farms, of commercial scale wind farms, you're bound to have significant effects within certainly to 2, probably up to 5 kilometres from big wind farms, but I mean I'm somewhere between 2 and 5, and they won't be considered localised. If you took that approach to an overhead line where you, even at Mr. Sinha doesn't identify significant effects more than 3 kilometres, the impacts are never going to be more than localised. What I suggest to you is that you have to at least feed into your analysis the scale of the development that you're assessing as to whether it has a localised effect or not.
I think scale is one consideration, but also I'd be more concerned about the distribution of significant effects and where they occur, where the magnitude occurs.
Yeah, and just I can take that and comment on that in closing submissions, but this is a line of many kilometres. Whether it has localised effects, there's nothing in the guidance to say that you only consider whether it has localised effects at one point. Surely you need to take account the summation of its effects over its whole length to determine whether it has a localised impact or not.
My assessment looks at people and how people are going to experience the development in the landscape. And I struggle to understand with a linear development, given the geography of the area, how one can experience several different places in quick succession. We've got particular valleys, particular locations, yes, one may take a trip out and drive through the landscape to Inverness from Kellis and back again, and experience the line in different places. But when I have undertaken that journey, I've had to make very particular detours in order to be able to experience the line from different parts of the landscape, which is somewhat artificial to how I feel that ordinary people would move about within that landscape. So I think it would be wrong to sort of add it all up together and say that people are going to experience 186 kilometres all at once, all at the same time. I don't think that's quite the way it should be interpreted.
Well, I'm suggesting to you that that's not the way. I agree with you, that people won't experience that all at the same time, but that's not the approach taken to wind farms, because I'm sure when you consider whether an effect is localised on wind farms, you will consider the effects out to 5-10 kilometres in, depending on the particular circumstances, around the points of a compass. You're not anticipating that an individual is going to walk to all the areas that are affected in one go. That's not the assessment process that's taken into account in ascertaining whether the wind farms have the wind farm has a localised effect. It's looking at the summation of locations of where there will be an effect, and if they are more than localised. So you do undertake a summary process, and you're not contemplating somebody driving, walking, or even flying around the points of a compass where those significant effects will be.
Yes, I think there is a factor there of geographical extent, but there also is a factor of visual impact and how people move and experience. Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful that's only a factor, but you haven't considered or taken into account in your assessment of whether the impact is localised or not. You haven't given any consideration to the overall effects of the whole route, have you?
I have, in the sense that when you look at my inquiry report, you can see that at the beginning of each section, I have summarised for the whole, on a county level at least, the effects that have come out of the LVIAs. It's my starting position. I accept that I've not added those up together for the three local authorities to come to any conclusions on the whole route.
One of the points you made, I think, in evidence in chief, was that it doesn't have a more than localised effect, and you illustrated that by reference to the scoping exercise for the RVAA, by reference, according to my note, to document CD 15.4 and 15.5. And you needn't turn to those documents. I suggest to you that is a poor method of supporting your approach, because what the RVAA scoping exercise is seeking to do is not identify those properties where there might be a significant impact, but to identify those properties where the level of significance is going to be such that it might breach the RVAA test. So that, just to put it, whilst I think about that, you identified those blue dots where on the various plans, which I'm sure we can recall from yesterday, where a limited number of properties were taken forward to the RVAA, but that doesn't mean that gives any indication to the extent of the limit of significant effects, does it?
Gives us an indication of the worst levels of significant effect, because what we're looking at there is properties of major level of impact and a major moderate. It does scope out the moderate levels of effect, and so there are those also. And I would say that those properties have been subjected to a group assessment, so they've not been looked at on an individual basis. In terms of considerations for the whole of the line and the whole of the region, you'll note in my inquiry report that I did consider the numbers of properties within the whole study areas, and I have it here. It's Highland Council. If you add them all up in the landscape and visual impact assessment, there's 13,884 properties that have been grouped and catalogued and included in the assessment. In Moray Council, there's 7,866. Aberdeenshire Council, 19,397 properties, a total of 41,147 properties, of which we're looking at less than 1%. That doesn't diminish the importance of those individual properties, but it does give you an idea of level of effect over the totality of the route.
I think I've made my point. Thank you. Can I then move on? I've just got a number of questions on Mr. Sinha's 4 areas of concern, which won't take very long. Area A, which you deal in your evidence in chief from section 2.7.10 onwards, just check that. Your further discussion on area A.
Sorry, can you let me know what reference you're referring to?
Yeah, your report.
My inquiry report?
Yeah, your inquiry report 2.7.10 is the starting point where you, having set out the background, for each area, your report is very clear, if I can say so. You set out the circumstances of it and Highland Council's case, and then you set out further discussion on it. And it's the further discussion section for Area A that I want to take you to.
I have it.
Okay. Just in 2.7.12, you refer to, in the last sentence, to an agreed RVAA. I think that may be an inexact use of language. The RVAA overall is not agreed. I think what may be agreed is that or what may be apparent is that I don't think Mr. Sinha suggests, no, he does actually, that, my apologies, I'll correct myself. Mr. Sinha suggests that even in Area A, there are some properties that could breach the RVAT, doesn't he?
I can't quite remember the exact detail, the exact wording of what he says.
Yeah, well, I think Cononbank Cottages is one, which is in Area A, is it not?
My recollection is that he has put it along the lines of, and I'm not quoting directly, that probable breaches,
Yeah.
possible breaches.
That's what I'm meaning, but I'm getting at the word, the agreed RVAA. The RVAA is not agreed, is it?
In that case, no.
Actually, I think that's all I wanted to ask you about Area A. You and Mr. Sinha have set out your competing views on it, and that will be a matter for the reporters either having had their site visit or undertaking a further site visit to determine which of you is the more, whose analysis is more appropriate to the circumstances. If you can go on to Concern B, Area of Concern B, this is the crossing of the Caledonian Canal, and if we go to document 1344, which is the Annex B to the technical note.
Sorry, my computer's gone to sleep again.
Afraid I don't have the electronic page number, but
I'm sorry, which document are you looking at?
1344.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there. And it's probably electronic page 4. That I want to draw particular attention to.
Okay, I have the visualisations.
Grateful. So, just by way of background, the original, and I don't think there's a dispute about this, the original viewpoint was taken on the north bank of the canal. This viewpoint is taken from the canal bridge. So is, for instance, going to be more representative of a view that those returning or leaving on the Loch Ness tours are likely to obtain.
Well, I think it's a central viewpoint looking from the canal. I didn't agree with the original viewpoint location, but I have to say, you know, I think when you're actually crossing the canal on that little bridge, you're not really you're looking at your footing more than the view. And I would admire the view more from the bank, the safety of the bank, but that's just me.
Well, maybe. Because actually the view up the canal or down the canal, but here we're looking up the canal, can quite properly be described, as Mr. Sin has described it, as a channelled view.
Yes, I agree.
And the difference between you, accepting that they're going to be the overhead lines, whatever the position, is whether the impact of the tower that one can see on the fourth page of that document will have a significant impact on the view, and that's a matter best judged on site. If it is, it would fully justify the repositioning of that tower out of view. So there are two questions there. Is it best judged on site? And if it was considered significant, that would justify repositioning that tower to the left or north.
I believe the reporters will look at this on site. For me, I have been to site and it was important for me to go to site to understand it. The visualisations are very helpful.
Thank you. Well, I'll take that as your answer to the question. If we move on to area of concern C, which is Grave Park or Coulard new farmhouse. We've got a witness statement on that. You provided in as part of, not this document, I think the residential visual amenity assessment 1516. We don't need to turn to it. Further photographs. Mr. Sin has provided photographs and his appendices to his inquiry report. That is again a matter for the reporters to judge on site whether or not there's going to be the potential and or an actual breach of the residential visual amenity test.
Yes, landscape architects have provided their expert view on this from Mr. Sinher and myself, and the reporters, as normal, will go and have a look at this in the field.
If those towers, and this is where I come back to the vertical limit of deviation, were to move 100 metres closer to both of them to Grove Park, which would be sensible because the line would be still in a straight line. In those circumstances, do you consider there's at least a greater risk of the test being breached?
Yes, I can accept there's a greater risk. Obviously, I've not assessed that, as we discussed earlier.
No, absolutely. But I'm grateful for that candid acceptance. Can we move on to Culloden, please? You made an impassioned case yesterday for not understanding why Culloden was considered to be an important viewpoint, and asked the reporters to consider it on the basis that Culloden hadn't taken place. One cannot ignore whether or not Culloden was fought there or not, that there are tens of thousands of visitors that go every year to that location, can you? It's a matter of fact.
I agree, it's a matter of fact.
And they are from the visitor centre looking out towards the battlefield, looking in the direction of at least where part of this overhead line is going to go.
When you exit the tourist visitor centre, you are coming in from the car park, you're walking away from Mealmore, and you cross over towards the entrance. There is a sign there that shows you viewpoint towards Lagland Cottage. Again, in the opposite direction. You cross past the visitor centre. There is a sort of earth bridge that takes you up onto the roof, where you can see the battlefield in all directions. When I've observed people there, most of the people appear to be milling about around the cottage to the north, around the north side of the visitor centre, and in the wider area. There are some picnic tables to the south side, and if you want to access those, it's very interesting. You can go through the doors from the cafe, sit on the picnic benches, but you can't get back into the cafe from those doors. So I think that somewhat restricts access to those picnic benches. And whenever I've been on that side of the visitor centre to look at Mealmore, I'm usually alone.
And just I think I'm right in this, but if you're on the roof going up the earth ramp, the battle isn't on all sides of you. The battleground, as I understand it, with the two lines of the opposing parties are in front of you. If you look towards the Firth, you would be looking away from the battlefield. If you're looking towards the battlefield from the viewpoint where the visualizations are taken, the overhead line will be in the background, will it not? Not on all sides.
I don't have that information.
Well, you were there. You've just said the battleground would be on all sides. It's not.
No, what I meant was the view, the amenity the tourist is looking at. You can get a 360-degree view from the roof.
Yeah, I accept that. Well, not quite what you said earlier, but the focus of your view is going to be of the, and what the advantage of going to the roof is you can get an overview of where the opposing lines were. And if you're looking towards that direction, you're going to be looking towards where the overhead line is in the background, are you not?
I think this is a cultural heritage matter. I can't comment on that.
Miss Riley, I'm going to interrupt you. If you're looking towards the battlefield, you are going to be looking in the direction of the overhead line. That's not a cultural heritage matter. That is a standard question that a landscape architect should be able to answer. Not asking you about it from a cultural heritage perspective. I'm asking you about it from a visual impact perspective.
Well, when I was there, looking from the roof, I could see flagpoles and markers to the east and to the west. I could see the cottage to the north, and I could see Mealmore to the south.
Okay. I think I've put my points there. One final matter is to ask you about mitigation and the extent to which you've taken it into account. My understanding, for instance, in your assessment of whether there's a significant impact in area of concern A is that you've had regard to potential roadside planting. And I can give you 3 references in your evidence, or 4 to that: 2.7.9, 2.7.11, 2.7.18 and 2.8.2. Is there any certainty that that roadside planting would in fact occur?
It is my understanding that that roadside planting is part of the embedded mitigation.
If it were not to be part of the embedded mitigation and there was no certainty of it, would you have to review your assessment as to whether there was a significant impact in area of concern A?
My assessment has been based on the intermittency of the view from that particular road, which I said earlier, approximately 2 to 5 kilometres distance. So that's allowing for continual visibility, gives you a distance or a time period which a driver would experience that view. But in reality, there are existing trees along that route, and so that experience would be broken up. Were there to be planting, roadside planting, that would be significantly mitigated.
I'll put the question only one more time, Mr. Rowlett. If that roadside planting could not be relied upon, would you have to review your assessment of significance?
No.
Well, I find that answer surprising, Mr. Rowlett, but I can deal with that in closing submissions. The other aspect...
Excuse me, but I do think that I have acknowledged a significant effect on that particular road.
It's the extent of significance that's important, Ms. Rowlett. The other aspect of mitigation, which is referred to in the EIAR as forestry planting, and for instance, one can see that in Appendix 7.6 of the EIAR, not asking you to go there, which is CD 9.25, and that talks about gradated shaping the forestry, replanting the forestry to a level that won't obviously impinge on the overhead lines. But to the extent that is outside of the corridor, which is the subject of the application, again, as I understand it, there's no certainty that that mitigation will ever be put in place.
My understanding is that there is a 90-metre wide operational corridor, and that the mitigation within that operational corridor in the locations identified in Appendix 7.6 is embedded mitigation. There is additional mitigation which would potentially extend the operational corridor out to 120 metres, and that is not included in the embedded mitigation.
And have you taken into account that additional planting in your assessment?
I don't take account of that, no.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Ms. Rowlett. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I wonder whether it's worth just having a quick break now before you start, Mr. Brown. Is that okay? Okay, we'll take 10 minutes now. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody, welcome back. I'm just going to put a little reminder out, and I'm not innocent in this, but just to remember to use your microphone, switch on and off please, so that the audio picks up your voice in the recording. Thank you. So over to Mr. Brown for cross-examination, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Ryland.
Good morning.
I think we have already established this in your evidence, but I just wish to be clear about it. If I could ask you, please, to turn to your inquiry report, which is document 020.001, and it's electronic page 6, internal page 2, and it's paragraph 1.1.3. So I'll just wait till you have that. So for you, it'll be internal page 2.
Yes, I have that.
And it's paragraph 1.1.3, and it's the third bullet point. And in this paragraph, you're covering the things you will not discuss, and you're not covering discussion regarding the planning balance, which is set out in the planning statement. So can I confirm that what you're saying there is that you're leaving policy considerations to others to address?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, a point of clarification from that page. In paragraph 1.2.2, you start by saying I was not directly involved in the preparation of the LVIA. Is my understanding from your evidence yesterday afternoon correct that in fact you didn't have any involvement in the LVIA process until about January, March this year?
Yes, that's correct.
And could I ask you, please, to turn to electronic, in your report, electronic page 41. So that's internal page 37. Well, I'll do a page before electronic page 40, starting at page 36, and then over onto the next page. If you have that, you could let me know.
I have those paper pages, yes.
Now, this was covered with Ms Anderson in her evidence yesterday, and where I understand we got to is that in that paragraph 3.1.4, the part in inverted commas have been taken from Ms Anderson's report. But turning on to the next page, where the quotes close in the fourth line, there's then a passage which starts, considering the large-scale nature of the proposed development, it is right that significant effects are limited where possible to areas close to the OHL. Can I take it that this part of the paragraph is actually your words?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and at the time you would be preparing this, you would be working from or having regard to the appraisal which was carried out by Ms Anderson for Murray Council in November 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so we have it for the record. That is document 020.008. Now, one of the things I note there is that in the last line of that paragraph, you refer to significant effects are contained within approximately 1.5 kilometres of the OHL. And I'm interested in that figure, 1.5 kilometres. Is that a figure you say you have taken from Ms Anderson's appraisal?
So that figure comes from table 6 on paper page 40 of my inquiry report, and from other places where, as I explained yesterday, I've taken all of the assessment viewpoints and put them in a table looked at the distance where the significant effects fall,
Well,
and
can I
that's
say,
where the 1.5 comes from.
sorry, I'm hesitant to interrupt just at this point, but I'm going to take you to that table shortly. But for the moment, I'm trying to identify where you got the figure of 1.5. It's your figure and it's not Miss Anderson's figure.
Yes, it comes from my viewpoint analysis.
Thank you. Now, Ms Rylett, at the risk of stating the obvious, when it comes to doing a landscape and visual impact assessment, there are matters of professional judgment which have to be brought into bear in determining significant effects, are there not?
Yes, there are matters of professional judgment. One has to consider a range of objective or quantitative facts and a range of more qualitative issues.
Yes, thank you. And inevitably, when professional people apply their mind to data in that way, they may form a different professional judgment. You would accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
And I think you've repeated your position again this morning, and you covered it yesterday afternoon with my learned friend Mr Finlay, but your position, as I understood it, is that it's not possible to have significance effects any further away than 1.5 kilometres from the proposed development, although I think in the case of Murray, you would actually say 1.4 to 1.5 kilometres. Is that correct?
That's correct in as far as I have made an assessment of this line, this particular route.
Thank you. Now, I said I would come back to Table 6 in your report, which is on electronic page 44.
Yes, I have it.
And you took the inquiry to this table yesterday to explain where it's possible to see the differences in the assessments which were made between the LVIA and you, and it was also possible to see the commonality between both of those exercises. And as you've repeated again this morning, the table shows that there are no significant effects beyond 1.4 to 1.5 kilometres.
Agreed.
And when determining whether something or an effect is significant, what you're doing is you're looking at those which have a moderate or a moderate to major effect or a major effect. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just one small point. I've noted that at 23 Dallas to Nokandu Road is marked as moderate, but that's not shaded. So you consider that even though there's a moderate effect, it's not a significant effect.
That's correct.
And just to be sure that I understand your approach correctly, what you do is you look at these distances, and because all the moderate to major effects are contained within 1.4 to 1.5 kilometres, you say your conclusion is that there is no significant effect beyond 1.4 to 1.5.
Yes, that puts it rather simply. Obviously, contingent with that analysis is the understanding of the sensitivity of the viewpoint, the magnitude of change, and all of the factors, quantitative and qualitative factors that have come to that judgment, to then give us a set of data that we can look at and say, where are the significant effects falling? What's the sort of geographical extent of them? That's what that provides.
Yeah, so just to be clear about that, are you saying that there could be significant effects beyond the distances which are shown on your table?
That data set is limited to those viewpoints which have been included in the assessment. There may be other viewpoints from elsewhere that might give a different judgment, but I haven't found any, so I don't believe that there would be significant effects beyond 1.5.
All right, so if we have a look at Yes, if we take viewpoint 63, which is the A95 Bleak B9018 Road, Keith, you have a distance of 1,341 metres there for a moderate to major, or in your view, moderate effect. That's a significant effect. So are you saying the significant effect from this viewpoint is felt out to 1.341 metres?
Yes, that's all it can say because that's where the viewpoint is located.
And I think that's at the upper end of your analysis, and if we were to take one which is at the lower end of your analysis, say viewpoint 32, we have Bucky Fishwife's Heritage Path, and that's 219 metres. Are you saying the significant effect is experienced up to 219 metres?
Yes, and what we can see there in my column, I've assessed that to be major, taking account that you're actually closer to the line there, so there'll be a higher magnitude.
Yes, thank you, and I was mindful of that, and I was about to just highlight that you cover that topic in paragraph 3.3.4 of your report, which is on the next page. So that's page 45, internal page 41, and it's at the top, 3.3.4, where you make that point. And when you were giving your evidence yesterday, you said that several architects have now, landscape architects have now carried out this process. You mentioned yourself, you mentioned Highlands Landscape Architect, and of course the landscape architects at WSP who worked on the LVIA. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And you drew upon them for support for your conclusions.
That's correct, yes.
Now, if we just go back to your table on page 40, you have in the column 2 the heading distance. What are these distances? How are these measured? It's obviously from the viewpoint, but where does the measurement stop?
Those distances are related to the viewpoint. So the viewpoints are distributed across the study area. The study area extends 10 kilometres. So you can see that viewpoint 19 is at 9.4 kilometres or thereabouts. It's given in metres, obviously, and you've just referred to one of the closest viewpoints, 200 and something metres, yeah. 219 metres.
Yes, and what I'm asking you, Ms. Ryler, is obviously the starting point for your measurement is the viewpoint, but what I'm asking is where does that extend out to? What is the end point of your measurement?
So it extends from the viewpoint to the development, to the nearest tower on that development.
Yes, it's to the nearest tower, and we might have a look at that later on. So, are you suggesting, in directing attention to this table, that there are no significant effects for the receptor beyond the nearest tower?
What I'm trying to understand is, if you could draw it on a map, where would be the geographical extent? What would be the line that you would draw it around to understand where the significant effects fall? Now, it may be that there are circumstances where you can stand within 1.5 kilometres and look along the line and see some distance, but you're still not extending that distance greater than 1.5 kilometres. You're still within that zone of significant effect. It may be that you need to turn perpendicular to the line and look at the nearest tower, and that's going to be the one that's going to trigger the significant impact. It's not always the closest tower that triggers the significant impact. It might be one that's a little bit further away. But the location of the receptor in all of these cases is always within 1.5 kilometres or thereabouts.
So, Mr. Eilert, what you're saying is that if you're standing at that viewpoint, which we were looking at, you may actually look further than the distance you've got in your table to see a significant effect?
Yes, you may, but again, I've looked at this closely, and there are I can't see locations really where you're sort of looking greater than 1.5 kilometres or thereabouts to sort of see a significant effect, because there's usually a tower in closer proximity within that 1.5 that is triggering that significant effect. And if you took those towers away, that effect would not be significant. You'd still be able to see a line further distance, of course, but that's not triggering the significant effect.
So do we take from that, Ms. Rylett, that your table has to be approached with some caution, because there may in fact be significant effects beyond the measurement you have or the distance you have provided? Say, for example, viewpoint 32, Bucky Fishwife's Heritage Path, you have a distance of 219 metres, but are you saying that there may actually be a significant effect further out than 219 metres?
No, because the receptor is within the 1.5 kilometre zone, and they experience the significant effect of the view of the proposed development from that location. It's interesting to note that the whole of this line, and when you look at it from a larger scale, you can see we've got a series of valleys and hills. It's like a corrugation, and quite often you will see that the line will extend into the distance over the top of the hill and into the next valley. And because of that corrugation, it limits the extent to which you can see the overhead line extending into the far distance. It's not like a flat plain or a wild land where there are no trees, where you could potentially see a line extending for considerable distance.
Yes, but Ms. Rylett, I'm just going to ask this one more time. As I understand it, you're commending this table to the inquiry for support for your view that significant effects do not extend out more than 1.5 kilometres. And what I'm putting to you is that you cannot just look at this table and the distance column alone. You have to be more nuanced in your approach, because you may have a significant effect which goes beyond, for example, in the case of viewpoint 32, Bucky Fishwife's Heritage Path, you may have a significant effect which goes beyond just 219 metres.
But you're still, both the triggers of that, the proposed development, and the viewpoint location, the receptor location, are within 1.5 kilometres.
All right. Well, if we were to look at electronic page 63, which is hard copy page 59 for you, Ms. Rylett, and it's paragraph 3.6.27. And you say, I visited this area and the visual effects in the Keith and Newmill area are illustrated by the assessment viewpoints which I have visited, including viewpoints 32, 33, 63 and 64. And we know that 32, because we've just looked at it, is the Bucky Fishwife's Trail. And what you say there is generally significant visual effects would be limited to within 1 to 1.5 kilometres of the OHL.
Yes.
So actually, you cannot just look at your table 6 for your opinion or for justification of your opinion as to where the visual effects stop.
Well, I think it's consistent, because the outer limit, and I'm treating this as a geographical zone, if you could shade in a strip of landscape 1.5 kilometres either side of that line and draw it across the map, you would have a zone where a receptor needs to be within that location in order to experience a significant impact.
And I covered the point earlier, but your position is that you draw support for your approach and conclusion on the extent of significant effects from the work which was carried out by your colleagues at WSP.
Yes, you can see that's how I've set the table out. I've got their assessment of viewpoints, my assessment of viewpoints.
Yeah. And we know your position is that there are no significant effects beyond 1.4 to 1.5 kilometres. What I'd like to do is take you to document 001-003, which is the applicant's position paper from February this year.
Sorry, what was that reference, Mr. Brown?
Sorry, I have it as 001-003.
Is it 003.001?
No.
Or maybe the other way around? Is that position statement?
Yes, sorry, it is.
Yeah.
Apologies for that.
Yes, I have that.
Sorry, could I ask you to turn to electronic page 16?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. And there's a paragraph in bold type which says Murray Council asserts, if you have that, to get our bearings on the page.
Yes, I have that. It says Murray Council asserts.
And then the next paragraph starts, the applicant submits that the LVIA concluded that, and I don't need to look at that at the moment. But then it's the next paragraph which starts, there were significant visual effects, if you have that.
Yes, I have that.
And what that says is there were significant visual effects resulting from the introduction of the proposed development throughout the Murray area, which were limited to a localised area of within 2.5 kilometres of the proposed development.
Yes, I have that.
And that is maybe not surprising, because what I would like you to do now is have a look at Chapter 7 of the EIAR with me. And the document reference for that is 006-008.
If I can just provide a little bit more background on that. Firstly, I was not involved with the writing of the position statement here. And secondly, I note that in the landscape and visual impact assessment, there is a summary section that sets out all the significant impacts, all the different landscape visual receptors. And in paragraphs 7.86 to 90 of the LVIA, it lists a number of receptors. And we're looking at a rather coarse grain assessment where receptors have been grouped. I have been through every single one of these receptors, and it's interesting to me that all of them fall within 1.5 kilometres. So I don't know where the LVIA is getting its 2.5 kilometres from.
Yes, well, I know I was just about to take you to the LVIA, which is document 006-008, if you have that.
Sorry, could you give me that reference again, please?
It's 006.008, and it's the Chapter 7 of the EIAR, which deals with landscape and visual.
Yes, I have it.
Sorry, and could I ask you please to turn to electronic page 90?
Yes, I'm on page 90.
Thank you. And looking on that page at paragraph 7.4.148, what I'd like to do is just look at the last 4 lines of that paragraph, which say, for users of the Bucky Fishwives path, and that's obviously the viewpoint which we've been looking at, the magnitude of change would be medium during all phases, resulting in moderate adverse significant effects. For these users, however, the magnitude of change decreases with distances north, such that after approximately 2.5 kilometres north of New Mill, effects reduced to non-significant, and would be neutral after a further 4 kilometres north. Is that paragraph note saying that for users of the Bucky Fishwives paths, there would be significant effects up to 2.5 kilometres?
That's what they're saying, but we have to remember this is a grouped assessment. And so it doesn't have the detail, it doesn't really sort of go into the level of detail. And as we've just already looked at viewpoint 32, I've made a correction there that I believe that the impact of that particular viewpoint is major and not moderate.
Yes, but fundamentally, Ms. Riley, you can't escape the fact that the EIAR says that there is a significant effect up to 2.5 kilometres from that viewpoint.
Just bear with me, I'm just looking for a reference.
Ms. Riley, I was just asking you a straightforward factual question. You cannot deny that this EIAR, so far as viewpoint 32 is concerned, acknowledges there's a significant effect up to 2.5 kilometres.
That's what it says. I don't have detailed information that tell me what the alternative assessment would be, but I do note that the Bucky Fishwives, it extends further north. It crosses through undulating territory beyond field hedgerows and woodland and habitation, etc. I would be surprised if it extends a significant impact beyond 1.5.
But this is an example of where a different landscape architect has applied their professional judgment and has come to a different conclusion, is it not?
It is, but I think we have to acknowledge that the type of assessment that they've conducted is being a grouped assessment. And so it's a more coarsely grained, less granular assessment in that respect. And I found that that approach tends to overestimate the effects.
Yes, but that would be your professional judgment of that approach.
No, I think if you generally take a granular approach, you're going to err on the side of caution. I think that's usually expected.
I've just now got a few questions for you about the RVAA, which was covered this morning by my learned friend Mr. Finlay, so I don't propose to go over the detail of that again. But again, when preparing and coming to a conclusion on whether an RVAT has occurred, that is also a matter of judgment, drawing together data.
Yes.
And if I could just ask you to look at a paragraph in your report with me. Which is to be found in electronic page 45, internal page 41.
Yes, can you give me the paragraph?
Paragraph, yes, certainly. I was waiting until you got there. It's paragraph 3.38.
Yes, I have it.
Yes, and what you cover here is, and you spoke to this yesterday in your evidence, you speak to the different resources which are available to you, or which were made available to you, to conduct your assessment of whether there was an RVAT breach.
That's correct.
Now, in the last 3 lines of that paragraph, I note though that what you say in your last sentence is, this has given me a good appreciation of the views from the house, main living areas and gardens, and the likely effects on views, visual amenity and living conditions. So what I pick up there is a degree of qualification, because you say, first of all, that it's given you a good appreciation of the views, and secondly, you say it's giving you the likely effects on views.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I note in this paragraph you said that although I have not had the opportunity to visit any of the properties within their curtilage, this is not unusual. So at the time you prepare your report, you've not done your visits, but you did speak yesterday to having got access to the properties, or some of them at least. And was that after you prepared your report?
Yes, it was.
And part of your preparation for this inquiry?
Yes, but obviously between inquiry report and precognition, there's been work going post that and continued after the precognition as well.
Yeah, and you spoke yesterday in particular about a property called Craigmore, which is the property I think you described as having the large floor-to-ceiling windows at first floor level.
Yes, that's correct.
And I took it from that that you were trying to explain to the inquiry the benefit of actually having visited that property to form a proper assessment of the RVAT threshold, and in that case it hadn't been breached.
That's correct.
So, although it may be unusual to find yourself in a situation where you can't carry out an RVAA, the best practice is still to carry out, where you can, a visit to the property to form a proper conclusion on the ground, so to speak.
The best practice guidance says it may be required. It doesn't say that you have to visit the properties. It may be required.
Now, I was asking for your view, Ms. Rylant.
In my view, there are a range of properties. They're all individuals, and each one has its own particular arrangement. Sometimes you can get a clear appreciation, a clear understanding, no site visit, no curtilage needed. You can see from the road what the effect will be, and if you were then to go sort of cross the gate and stand the other side, it wouldn't actually change your opinion, your assessment. There are other properties which are more difficult, and a site visit would be appreciated, would help.
All right, thank you. I was going to ask you some questions about localised, but again, they have been largely covered by my learned friend, Mr. Finlay. When you're covering the topic of localised, you're obviously covering it within the context of NPF 4, Policy 11E2.
Yes, and I do believe I make that qualification in my inquiry report.
Yes, and but that's a policy matter, and I understood that you're not here to assist the inquiry with policy matters.
My information in undertaking a landscape and visual impact assessment is to provide evidence and assessment conclusions to the planners and the planning team, who will then build on that and take that to make their decisions. So I think it is useful, and when I've worked with them in the past on other developments, they want my judgment on localised.
But for you, localised is a geographical test.
As I explained yesterday, there are a number of factors that can be considered in coming to that view, and I listed those out yesterday.
Yes, in your precognition, which is document 020-032, paragraph 1.4, which is on, it will be electronic page 3, internal page 2. So that's paragraph 1.1.4. You do say quite categorically there, in my opinion, localised effects are evidenced by the visualisations and further site-based analysis, which points towards a geographically limited extent of significant effects. So that's where I was asking. For you, it's primarily a geographical test.
Yes, I think that's fair.
And actually, just staying in that paragraph, sorry, the paragraph above, paragraph 1.1.3 in your precognition.
I'm sorry, are you in my inquiry report or
Your precognition.
1 point?
1.3, which is electronic page 3. It was just above the last paragraph I read to you from your precognition. Sorry, it's your precognition. I mean,
Beg your pardon.
yeah, so it's your precognition, electronic page 3, hard copy page 2, and it's your comment at the start of paragraph 1.1.3 I'm interested in. In summary, the focus of evidence relates to a handful of localised areas along the route of the overhead line. Now, I think what you said in your evidence yesterday was that when you refer to handful, what you mean is the 5 key areas which Ms. Anderson has drawn out in her reports. Is that correct? The 5 key viewpoints?
The 5 key areas, yes. It wasn't viewpoints, it was areas.
So, sorry, you're quite correct, it was areas. But the viewpoints and those areas are representative, are they not? There might be similar effects in other places along the line because it's a linear feature.
No, I think the types of effects that occur in these 5 areas are specific to those areas and specific to those particular characteristics of those areas.
If I could take you back now to your report, which is 020-001.
Yes?
And if I could take you to electronic page 41, so that's internal page 30, sorry, electronic page 42, internal page 38.
Thank you.
And I'd like you to look at paragraph 3.3.1, and it's the last sentence I'm interested in, which starts on the fifth last line in the middle of the paragraph. It is, however, expected that proposed development would by its nature have an adverse and significant effect on views. It is inevitable that proposed development would significantly affect views experienced by people at residential, recreational and transport receptors along the 59-kilometre route through Murray.
Yes.
So the viewpoints and the areas which have been the focus for Miss Anderson are representative of the potential effects, are they not?
No, they're not representative of any effects anywhere else. The effects that occur in the Spey Valley, for example, and the nature of those effects occur in that location and nowhere else. But if you're looking at the geographical extent of significant effects, then it's reasonable to assume that there will be significant effects, varying in intensity and nature, along the line.
Thank you. I'd now like to turn to look at a few of the viewpoints which we have looked at in the inquiry. And the first one I would like to look at is the Dave Away, which is viewpoint 21, which is 008 stop 030 and 008 stop 031. And it would also be useful just to have before you your inquiry report, electronic page 44, hard copy page 40.
Yes, I have it.
Thanks. And the Dave Away is viewpoint 21, and this is one where I'm just noting that you have taken a slightly different view to the LVIA, and you said that it's got a moderate to major effect.
Yes, that's correct.
And your position on this viewpoint is that there is a more limited impact because the OHL crosses the Dave Away at a right angle. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, because if the Dave Away was parallel to the line, then at quite close distances, say 200 metres, then you would be getting a significant effect continuing along the length of that recreational route.
Right, thank you. Now, the figure I'm interested in here is visualisation 721E, if you could have that before you.
Yes, I have it.
And this is looking in a northeasterly direction from the viewpoint, isn't it?
Yes.
So, it's not looking straight ahead at the line crossing the Dave Away, is it?
Well, there are two parts to this visualisation. One looks north and the other looks along the line. The focus of the viewpoint is the proposed development, so that's where it has to focus. Obviously, standing in that location you can see in all directions.
Yes, but the visualisation is towards the northeast in this particular figure I've taken you to, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And looking again at Table 6 on page 40 of your report, in your distance column you've said 603 metres, and as we established earlier, that 603 metres is the distance from the viewpoint to the nearest tower. So the nearest tower here would be the first one on the left of the visualisation.
It might be the one on figure B, which is on the other side of the Darver Way, which looks like it might be closer. But it's one of those towers on either side of the Darver Way.
Yeah. Since you've mentioned figure 721B, that's the figure looking west, isn't it? Or the receptor looking west?
Sorry, yes, sort of northwest direction, north to northwest.
Yeah, and figure 721E is looking at northeast. And really, if you're on the Deva Way, as the receptor, what you've really got to do is marry up both of these visualisations so that you see the panorama which is in front of the walker as they head in towards the forested area.
Yes, that's correct.
So is it not correct to say that they're going to see quite a lot of the OHL if they're walking in the Deva Way, because they're going to see it in their view to the northwest and they'll see it in their view to the northeast?
Yes, that's correct.
And if we look at figure 721, were the walker or receptor to look in that direction, what they would see is the OHL for quite some distance, and you would see it making its way down the hill.
Yes.
And would that not have a significant effect on the view?
That significant effect is occurring within the zone of 1.5 kilometres.
All right.
I would also add that some of the more distant turbine towers in that view are not significant. They are just visible.
Thank you. You can put that aside now. What I'd now like to do is cover the Spey Valley. And looking at table 6 on page 40, we have the Spey Valley is viewpoint 28, and this is one which you've increased from, sorry, you've decreased rather, from major to moderate to major. And one of the things I'm curious about here is that I have noted 3 different locations in your report that, in your view, the development would have the effect of preserving the special qualities of the Spey Valley SPA. And that reference is to be found first on electronic page 62 of your report. If you have that, let me know.
Sorry, what was the reference?
It's your inquiry report, which is 020/001, and it's electronic page 62, which is hard copy page for you 58.
I'm with you, thank you.
Yep, and it's paragraph 3.6.24, where you say the likely landscape and visual effects would be localised whilst also preserving the special qualities, places, amenity and the integrity of the Spey Valley SLA. So that's where you first use preserving, and then, for the sake of completeness, looking at electronic page 65, which is hard copy page 61.
Yes, I have it.
At the bottom of that page, you say, considering NPF 4 policy 11E2, the proposed development would have localised landscape and visual effects whilst also preserving the special qualities. So that's the second place where you mention it.
Yes, and the integrity.
Yep. And in electronic page 85, where you're drawing together your conclusions, that will be hard copy page 81 for you.
Yes, I have it.
Yep. The paragraph just above the heading Keith and New Mill, you say, considering NPF 4 policy 11E2, the proposed development would have localised landscape and visual effects while also preserving the special qualities.
Yes, that's correct.
And you have set out in your report your explanation for the fact you don't think the effect on the Spey Valley would be as marred as the LVIA has concluded.
Yes, because we've taken a concentration approach here. We've routed the line close to where there are existing lines. And so that part of the Spey Valley to the west of the River Spey, where we have the more intensively farmed landscape, remains an area of intensively farmed landscape with overhead lines. That doesn't change the special qualities particularly. And when we look at a place like the Earth Pillars viewpoint, we're also preserving that view, or we're not adversely affecting it. Perhaps that's a better way of putting it. And then we have the judgment on integrity.
If I can ask you please to look at electronic page 56, hard copy page 52, and it's paragraph 3.6.16.
Yes.
And on the fourth line, what you say is that at the end of that line, visibility of the diamond crossings from main receptor locations within the SLA would be located at further distance, viewing beyond the OHL such that the effects would not be significant. But it would still be possible to see the diamond crossings, would it?
I think you would have to look for them. And I have travelled along the B9015, looking along there and looking at the boundary of the SLA. And there are a number of features between the receptor location and those diamond crossings, which make it difficult for there to be a significant visual impact from the diamond crossings while standing within the special landscape area.
If I could ask you please to look again at Chapter 7 of the EIAR, which is document 006.008.
Yes, I have it.
And if we look at paragraph 7.4.13, sorry, 7.4.132,
Yes, I have it.
yeah, and I'm not going to read it all, because it's quite a lengthy paragraph, but it says, for receptors within the Spey Valley, the River Spey Valley, the proposed development would be particularly intrusive. For residential receptors in Orbiston, etc., the proposed development would interrupt the skyline and detract from the rural open character of the landscape. And then further on in that paragraph, about 9 lines down in the middle, there's a sentence which starts, receptors to the northwest, including Blackburn, Croft, Shalom and Pinewood would have visibility of an angled tower to the south and 2 diamond crossings to the southwest of views. Many receptors would also have clear visibility of the proposed development crossing up to Ordkish Hill to the east. The presence of an increased amount of OHL infrastructure in close proximity would create a strong wirescaping effect in views. The magnitude of change would therefore be high during all phases. As these receptors are of high sensitivity, this would result in major adverse significant effects during both construction and the operational phases. So is that not indicating there is an impact within the Spey Valley, even although the diamond crossings may be out with it, because it's increased, they can be seen, and there's an increased sense of wirescaping?
Well, again, this is a granular study that we're looking at. The receptor unit that is mentioned is 3.2b. That's Mori-R 3.2b in bold. And if we look at that, that was one of the things that I did check. That receptor is within 1.5 kilometres of the overhead line. In terms of whether those particular properties could view a significant impact from the diamond crossings, I don't actually believe that's the case. I believe what the LVIA is doing here is looking at a group of properties and saying there's a probability. When we look at the residential visual amenity assessment, none of these properties are selected. They're ruled out at that finer grain assessment. And so that, I think, invalidates that theory that there would be some significant effects from the diamond crossings from those particular properties.
But again, Ms Rylett, it was a view which was reached when the LVIA was being prepared, is it not?
Yes, it was.
And looking further ahead, electronic page 87, paragraph 7.4.134, halfway down at that paragraph, there's a line which starts with the words "to its height," if you have that.
Sorry, halfway down.
Paragraph 7.4.134, there is a line which starts "to its height."
I'm sorry, I haven't got that yet. It's, I can see, the paragraph starts, residential receptors slightly further north.
And if you count down maybe about 10 lines from there, on the left-hand side there is a line which starts "to its height."
I've got the tops of towers would impinge.
Yes, sorry, well, you're actually ahead of me because that was the sentence I was trying to direct you to. It says the tops of towers would impinge into the skyline of views, and when seen with the existing OHLs and proposed diamond crossings, a degree of wirescaping in some views would be created. And then it goes on from there, about 5 lines down. On residential receptors of high sensitivity, this would result in moderate to major adverse significant effects during both construction and operational phases, and moderate to major adverse significant effects during construction, reducing to moderate adverse significant effects during the operational phases. For recreational receptors of medium to high sensitivity, this would result in moderate to major adverse significant effects during construction, reducing to moderate adverse significant at operation year of opening and year 15. Is that not again acknowledging that the diamond crossings and the wirescaping will have an impact on the Spey Valley?
That's what it says. I disagree with that assessment, because I think when you sort of look at those particular locations and then look across to the diamond crossings from those locations, it's not actually the diamond crossing that's triggering the significant effect. It's the towers that are closer to the receptor.
And again, if we look at paragraph 7.4.139, which is on electronic page 88,
Yes, I have it.
and again, paragraph 7.4.139 is considering the effect on the Speyside Way. And again, halfway down that paragraph, and the line starting, the river in combination with the existing OHLs creating a sense of wirescaping. Got that? It's 7 lines down.
Proposed development would be clearly visible and prominent feature for users on the Speyside Way where the trail crosses beneath it. For visitors of the Earth Pillars viewpoint, visibility of towers would open slightly to tree felling on the River Spey. The proposed development would be seen crossing the river in combination with overhead lines, creating a sense of wirescaping.
Yes, that's it. And then it concludes, as these receptors are of high sensitivity, this would result in moderate to major adverse significant effects in visitors to the viewpoint and major adverse significant effects for visitors to the cemetery, Earth Pillars Riverside, and users of the localised section of the Speyside Way during construction and operational phases, year of opening and year 15. Is that not also acknowledging the impact on the Spey Valley?
Yes, it is, but I think there is a flaw in this assessment, as I alluded to yesterday. The Earth Pillars viewpoint, which informs it, is in the wrong location. It's not representative of those receptors. And when you look at the viewpoint from the Earth Pillars viewpoint, you can see it's not affected.
Could I ask you please to go back to the AIAR and it's electronic page 71.
Sorry, I'm just struggling to find page 71.
Yes, it's electronic page 71 and it's page 7-71.
This is a table?
Yes, that's correct. It's a
Thank
table. The row actually starts on the previous page, looking at LCT 293, low forested hills, local effects, Ordikish Hill, and through the wood of Ordikish. But the point which I'm particularly interested in is on page 71, and it's at the end of the row, or 2 lines into the row on page 71. What it says is, at a local level, despite the presence of existing OHLs, the development would result in a deterioration of the setting of the River Spey, the Spey Valley SLA and adjacent forested hill form through the wood of Ordekish. Now, the word used there to describe the effect is a deterioration of the setting of the River Spey, the Spey Valley SLA and the adjacent forested hill. You see, what I'm curious about, Ms Ryler, is having looked at these passages in the AIAR, and in particular, the last point I've taken you to there, where it's acknowledged there would be a deterioration in the setting of the River Spey and the Spey Valley SLA. What I'm really interested in is how you can possibly say that there would be a preservation of the Spey Valley SLA as a result of the development.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. As I noted, Ms Anderson yesterday, her position was the integrity of the SLA is not adversely affected. So this is not grounded in the evidence we heard from Ms Anderson yesterday. I'm slightly concerned about the line.
Well, it's my last question. I'm simply putting to the witness the comment which is made in the LVIA here.
Well, I don't agree with this, because I think what has happened here is the LVA has overstepped its remit. This table is summarising the effects on landscape character, and it should be restricting itself to comments on landscape character. We don't know what the setting of the River Spey is. There's no official boundary of the setting and no setting out of what the setting would be, how far it extends from the river, and what parts of the landscape it includes. So I don't recognise that manner in which that's been assessed. I think I don't agree with it. Thank you.
Sorry, I would now like to look at another viewpoint, which is viewpoint 32, which we've discussed earlier today. So that's document 008-049. And this is the Bucky Fishwives viewpoint. And again, as I did before, I'm looking at page 40 of your report. That's internal page 40, electronic page 44. And this is table 6. I'll not detain us by looking at that, but you have listed the Bucky Fishwives Heritage Path viewpoint number 32, and the distance is 219 metres. There, so I'll just note that for the moment, and hopefully that can just be taken as accepted by you.
Yes.
And if we look at figure 732E, you have that.
Yes, I have that.
And the tower to which the distance measurement is made, we can just see and no more in the left-hand side of the photograph. Is that correct?
I believe that may be the tower, yes.
But actually looking at there, which is a view to the south-east on this occasion, what we see again is the overhead line coming down in a staggered formation down the side of the hill. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that's an effect which goes far beyond the first tower, which can be seen.
Yes, that's an effect.
And that's a significant effect.
if you're asking me about how far does the significant extent of the significant effect extend, it's difficult to say, but you know, it's all within 1.5 kilometres, and you're looking down the line. The receptor is within 1.5 kilometres, and the proposed development is in, excuse me, 1.5 kilometres. And you're looking down the line. So if one had taken the map and shaded the area 1.5 kilometres across that map, they would have the sort of outer extents or the zone of significant impact, if I can describe it that way, where significant effects are likely to occur. And that would include that part of the development.
So your microphone, Mr. Brown?
Sorry about that. If we go back to if we go back to the EIAR Chapter 7.
Yes, I have electronic page 90.
Yes. We looked at this paragraph 7.4.18 before. And we looked at the last sentence there, which suggested that effects would extend out to approximately 2.5 kilometres. Is this not the effect your colleagues who prepared the EIAR had in mind when we look at visualisation 732E? Did they not consider that the effect went beyond your 1.5?
No, because I think what they're taking here, if I'm understanding it correctly, is they're taking the distance along the route, along the proposed development. They're not taking an offset and looking for a threshold or a zone of significant impact. They're looking along the line, and that 2.5 kilometres that they're referring to, if we look at it in the context of the viewpoint that you've just taken me to, you're still within that 1.5 kilometres. It's just that you're looking along that linear piece of landscape.
Thank you. That's all my questions on that. I now turn to the topic of mitigation, which has been again addressed to a degree by my learned friend, Mr. Finlay. In your precognition, which is document 020-032.
Precognition, yes.
Yes, your precognition, and it is electronic page 5, hard copy page 4.
Yes.
And paragraph 2.2.2, here you cover the topic of mitigation. Now, there's just one small point. On the fourth line down, what you say is the applicant has also explored hypothetical measures with THC. I assume that should be MC.
Yes, it should be MC, thank you.
All of which has evolved through consultation in the iterative design and assessment process of environmental impact assessment in terms of NPF 4 Policy 11E2. The effects of the proposed development are localised and or appropriately mitigated. And that's your view that appropriate mitigation has been provided here.
Yes, and when we look at appropriate mitigation, I think it's worth considering a number of factors. This form of development has no site specific to it. It's not like a substation where there is a site and an area of land which one can plant around. It is a sequence of towers through the landscape. So the most effective method of mitigation, the first and foremost effective mitigation, is the line routing. And I've alluded earlier to the amount of work that's gone into the routing of this line to ensure maximum mitigation through those means. The second point is that we have some embedded mitigation. We've referred to the operational corridor and the treatment of planting or trees within the operational corridor and the way the edge planting. We've also spoken of roadside planting within the operational corridor. And then we've had these other, I'll describe them as hypothetical mitigation options which have been discussed with the respected councils in terms of, we've looked at things like tower painting, we've looked at things like moving towers, changing the span on certain towers. There's a whole range of things that have been looked at there and discussed. I've not been party to that, but in looking at the volume of discussion that's gone on, speaking to the teams that have been involved with the routing, I think, in my judgment, we come down to this is an appropriate level of mitigation.
Yes, and you mentioned there the mitigation in the operational corridor, and you cover that in your inquiry report, document 020.001, electronic page 62, internal page 58.
Yes.
And in paragraph 3.6.21, about 2/3 of the way down that paragraph, towards the middle, there is a sentence which starts, viewpoint 28 illustrates this most clearly, although the effect occurs within the context of the managed forestry not shown and would mitigate due to the forestry management of the operational corridor. And that's the embedded or mitigation to which you referred to the...
Yes.
Yeah, and if that mitigation could not be relied upon, could not be secured, would you have to review your assessment?
The assessment part that relates to the visibility of the towers would not change. The assessment part that relates to the forest management within the operational corridor, that would change, obviously.
So just to take that at a general level, if any of the embedded mitigation to which you've referred could not be secured, then you would have to review your assessment.
Yes, I think so.
And if I can take you back, please, to your recognition. Document 020.032.
Yes.
And it's electronic page 5, and for you, hard copy page 4. And it's going back to the paragraph we were last in, paragraph 2.2.2. And I covered with you your point that you believed that it had been the development had been appropriately mitigated, but then you continue in the last sentence by saying SSEN will, however, continue to engage with local authorities, landowners and the community in relation to the additional mitigation and hypothetical measures. And what I'm interested in, Ms Ryler, is why would SSEN continue with the discussions over additional mitigation if the development had in fact already been appropriately mitigated?
Well, additional mitigation measures have been mentioned, and we've also spoken about a lot of hypothetical measures. It's my understanding that this developer will do what they can to assist the facilitation of this line into the landscape.
Thank you, Ms Ryler. I've got no further questions for you.
Thank you, Mr Brown. I'm wondering whether we push on and let Mr. Kemp ask his questions before lunch. Is that okay with everybody? I'm assuming, I'm not sure how long you'll take, Mr. Kemp. Do you have a rough
We'll
idea?
see how he gets on. Depending on the answers, I think. But
Right,
we'll
okay.
give it,
So
give it a go,
obviously-
and if not, give me a wee nod. And
Okay. Is Ms. Rylott, are you happy to carry on?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Kemp, if you can focus your questions around Ms. Rylott's evidence that she's given in her inquiry report and recognition. Okay, thank you.
yes, although I'd like to start, there's been a lot of discussions, Ms. Rylott, about viewpoints. So just for my own understanding, could you just explain to me when you're assessing these viewpoints? I think you mentioned yesterday when we were looking at Knockbane that you are looking at the picture and the visualization of the viewpoint, and that's how you're judging the impact. Is that correct? That's what you said yesterday, is it?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kemp. Viewpoint assessment has to be undertaken in the field. One has to go out there and stand in the landscape and experience it. You can't just look at it in the office. So I have visited these viewpoints.
And these viewpoints are selected as being representative of receptor groups. Is that correct?
The approach taken in the LVIA appears to be that they are group-led viewpoints. I take a different approach. I believe that the viewpoints in many cases, for example, the Earth Pillars viewpoint, is specific to that particular location. It can't be considered as representative of wider views.
Okay, so the purpose of selecting the viewpoints in the LVIA, though, was to represent a collective area, to include grouped receptor types, so residential, transport, recreation. Is that correct?
The viewpoint selection is done through consultation. I'm not really sure to the degree, because I wasn't involved with, is how much emphasis was put on these viewpoints being representative as opposed to specific locations. The guidance tells us that viewpoints can be specific or illustrative or representative in terms of their type. And the viewpoints collectively can be taken to inform the LVIA assessment.
In the LVIA 7.2.48, it states that the receptors represent a balance of views.
Yes, that phrase, when it's used, it's usually meant to mean that you've got a balance of views. So views that are different distances and different elevations and different directions to the north, south, east or west.
And in your judgment, in reaching your own conclusions, you have just taken having been in the field, the viewpoint as that specific point and not anything around it.
No, that's not quite correct. I've looked at the viewpoints and they give me a data set, if you like. They give me an informed position. I also, in standing in those locations, have the benefit of the photomontages and the wire lines. But where we have a significantly affected receptor, such as the Dava Way, I then walk part of that route, or if it's a settlement or a particular tourist attraction, I go visit that attraction and I walk around it and look at it and try and consider it in the round, not just from the viewpoint. Some of these receptors are not illustrated by viewpoints, so they have to be visited and looked at in the field in their own right.
Okay, that does help me understand. Just one more point on that, though. If we look at viewpoint 9, Knockbane, because it was looked at yesterday, that is a representative viewpoint, and it is meant to cover residential buildings as well as a road. So there's a range of different receptor types. But when you assessed it and when you spoke yesterday, you said, well, the properties are not at that viewpoint, they may be shielded. So that would suggest to me that the viewpoint is then not representative.
Yes, in my opinion, I couldn't see that that was a representative viewpoint from the properties, the residential properties at Knockbane, which are higher up the hill amongst the woodland.
Okay, thank you. Can I take you on to your recently produced addendum for my property Black House, so document 1516?
Yes, I have it.
What is the significance of referring to the property as under construction?
I think that's just a statement of fact.
And does that inform your judgment?
In my assessment, I have assumed that that is the residential property. I've not made any discount for the fact that it's under construction. I've taken my assessment approach to it on the basis that what would it be like if it were a finished property?
Okay, thank you. And further down, you reference the planning application number.
Which paragraph?
Sorry. It's in the RVAT assessment, I think possibly section 2. So it's page 4, description of the property, step 2, second paragraph.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. And so, how does that have an effect in the decision-making process leading up to this point?
Yes, because it gives me an awareness of the likely or the intended main living room locations within the house.
Yes. And just more broadly, in terms of, as far as you're aware, because I know you won't be involved with all of it, but in terms of the corridor selection, route selection, alignment selection, all those exercises, does the fact that it's being referred to as a planning application, does that have an impact on how those decisions are made?
I have thought about this. I've not been able to answer your question, but this morning I did refer to some figures which showed some constraints mapping, which had put circles of 100 metres around properties. And it might be interesting to look at one of those figures and to see if your property is identified in that way. Certainly the property adjacent to yours would have been, but I've not been able to look at those figures to ascertain that for you.
Okay, thanks. Is this the document that has the buffer zone of 170 metres?
I'm not really sure. I was given the reference to the document. I had a quick glance at one of the figures, but I've not since been able to find it because I think the reference that I was given has probably got a typo in it or I've misread someone's handwriting. So I haven't been able to look at that. So it might be something further submissions.
I wonder if you could maybe just double check that over lunchtime, because I think we'll have a little break before we finish your evidence. So perhaps you could double check that reference and
Yes, of
confirm it to
course.
us. Thanks.
Ma'am, I can say is I understand it's 016 spot 043, and the starts at page 294 of the PDF. I expect those are the figures that Ms. Rylett's been referring to. I was going to go to them in re-examination, but it's offered there in case now is convenient.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, because I'm in Purda, I won't be able to converse with my colleagues to find this reference, so...
I was just hoping you could double check it yourself, but if
I
Mr. Reed's
can't
provided
because-
it, that's fine.
I'm sorry, I can't. I have had a look this morning and I couldn't actually manage to open those particular references on my laptop.
That,
And another question. When you mentioned the property adjacent to mine, which property did you mean by that?
Yeah, so it's the property further to the north, which is a separate property, which I'm not talking about the agricultural shed that's immediately adjacent to to your property. I'm talking about the one that's further up the road. I'm sorry, I don't have the name or number for that one. I can get it. Let's just find that. So I'm just looking at a more detailed map. Nearly there. Right, so the property, your property is 22O, and the property that I'm referring to is 22N.
Thank you. If we move to within the same document that you and I were previously looking at, to step 4, so your conclusions, you refer to the main living room as proposed to face north. When you visited the property, is this what you observed?
So the main living room is listed on the planning application, so that's where that's come from. Although I did observe that the kitchen and dining decking areas, first floor balconies, also be regarded as principal rooms, and they were on the other side, the southern side of the property.
And again, when you visited the property, did you observe that the living room, as is on the plans, faced north? The only view was to the north.
Yes, I have written here the main views from the house and garden, noting that the main living room is proposed to face north, but also the on the visit, the layout, the kitchen, the dining, decking areas, etc., facing south.
So can you recall the visit though, and can you recall looking at the property?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. In fact, the only available view from the living room is facing directly south.
If you say so, yes.
On page 5 of the same report, there's a blue line, sort of partly through the property and around it. What does that represent?
Can you the blue line? Sorry.
Page 5. There's a couple of images, overhead images of the property, and there's a
Electronic page 6.
electronic page 6. My apologies.
Paper copy, page 5 here. There's an aerial photograph, and I can see and I can see here.
Sorry, your microphone, please.
Apologies. I've got paper copy, page 5, the aerial photograph. On the left-hand side, there's a blue line surrounding the property there. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's the line I'm referring to, yeah.
Okay. So when I was at your property, I do remember asking you which fence line was the boundary of your property. But I don't know what this blue line is. It's come from our GIS people, so I don't know what that is.
Okay, but yeah, you would agree that's not the boundary of the property or the curtilage?
Yes, I agree. You know, when I spoke to you, it appeared to be further south than that line indicates.
Thank you. And maybe just a matter, but the extent of the property boundary was submitted to WSP. I do have the 16th of April 2024, so it is a bit disappointing that that's made it through this long. But thanks for clearing that up.
Can I ask, the OS map on the right-hand side also has a boundary, and I think it's fair to say that that one is correct. If you take there's a line that cuts across the field that's immediately to the south of the blue square, and then there's a further line, and it's that further line which I think approximates the boundary of your property.
That would appear to be close to, yes.
Okay.
Makes sense, yeah. If we go to the appendix, page F, there's some wireline photographs. There's also a noted distance from the property, from the dwelling to the nearest tower. Is that distance taken at the same point as the photographs? In fact, actually, it might be maybe more relevant to, first of all, just confirm where the photographs looking towards the towers were taken. They were from immediately in front of the dwelling.
Yes, I believe you saw me take them, so
Yep.
that's correct.
Yeah, yeah. And so then the distance referred to 203 metres from the dwelling to the centre point of the nearest pylon line. How is that measured?
So when I took the photographs, I also took a GPS reading. Now, the tolerance of the GPS, because the satellite data that it's collecting was coming in at sort of plus or minus 10 metres, but that location of the photograph to the nearest centre point of the tower is a distance that's recorded.
Yeah, okay. Yes, yeah, I mean, that would. So, the nearest tower from that point could be 193 metres.
Yes, given the tolerance.
Okay, thank you. Why has only one tower been included in the wireline visualizations? And I guess I refer to, I mean, I know where you've got this 90-degree field of view, but you've also got a 180-degree field of view that only shows one tower.
Yes, I can see there's no equivalent 180-degree wire line, but I can assure you that the photo montage that's been extended out to 180 degrees shows all visible towers, all visible parts of the development that would appear within that 180 degrees.
Why was there not a wireline produced to show the location of the towers?
I think that's probably an oversight. I think what we were doing was we were trying to provide you with extra information. We've given you the standard set 90 degrees, and then we thought we would add to that an additional 180 because I do remember standing at your property. There is a large forestry clearing, and obviously there are views in all directions. So to give that extra So it was included as an extra figure.
Using the technology you have available to you, you, I guess, would have been able to see the dominant angle tower, I think 5, I don't have the exact reference for it, but the tower as we look at it to the west of the one that's visible.
Yes, and it's clearly shown in the photo montages and the wire lines.
Sorry, it's not, because I can't see it.
Yes, you're correct. When we look at the wire line and we look at the inset map on it, you can see the section of line that is focused on that wire line, and it misses the angle tower just to the west. And when we were on site, we discussed that angle tower being screened by a clump of trees, forestry in that area. That is what's happening. I'm sure our team would be happy to clarify that for you, given that you don't have the equivalent wire line to show you where the position of that angle tower is, and to line that up with the wider angle view, which of course would include it.
I don't recall that discussion about screening, but that does bring me on to my next point, where in the 180 degree visualization, you have left an image of 10 trees which are in my curtilage, and also the trees that will be felled for the operational corridor, therefore obscuring the view of the pylon. Is that correct?
So the trees, looking at the 180 degree image, we've got some trees on the right hand side, and you can just see the wires going behind them and coming out the other side. The angle tower would be behind those trees from this particular viewpoint.
So that viewpoint is representative of the pylon line operational corridor year 1, I'm assuming?
This says year of opening.
Yep.
And so you can see in the background there are cleared areas where there once were trees. That's the operational corridor.
So the point that I'm making is in front of the pylon that we're talking about, to the west of the one that's visible, you have left in trees that will be clear felled and won't be present in year 0 of operation.
I don't have that information. All I know is that those trees are not part of the operational corridor.
You can see though that there are trees left in from the picture.
Yes, they're not part of the operational corridor. Now,
No, sorry. Sorry to interrupt, but this is quite an important point. There are 10 trees within my curtilage, old, mature Scots pines, that are obviously not part of the operational corridor. The effect of wind blowing them remains to be seen because it hasn't been assessed in the planning application. But there is a significant amount of trees behind it, which you can sort of make out from the initial photographs of the site. And whilst some of them have been removed in the 180 degree image, those trees that are behind the trees within my curtilage have not been removed, and that then creates a false impression of that viewpoint. The viewpoint isn't really fit as a representative viewpoint from that location at year 0 of operation.
yes, I agree with you there. It's an interesting point. I think we are discussing here the limitations of the graphics illustration. They've literally just cut out the trees within the operational corridor. They've left the trees which are shown on the existing photograph, the front of those trees, but it would be a very difficult graphical operation to then sort of artistically try and remove the trees behind the trees that are in the foreground. And so I accept your point there, that if you were to do that, that it might look somewhat different. You might be able to see some gaps perhaps through those trees where you would see part of the angle tower. It might not be as complete a screening as is indicated by that.
So it'd be fair to say then that these images are not produced following the principle of the worst case scenario, but actually, I guess, what is more beneficial to the applicant?
Well, no, I disagree. They have been produced as fairly as we can, and there are limitations to what we can do graphically. I would also point out that there are trees just beyond your boundary fence that are between the boundary fence and the operational corridor that would remain. And they would affect this view also.
But there is a recommendation to the landowner there that because of wind blow, these are all cleared.
I think it's probably worth looking at the figure for that. If you just bear with me, I'll find the reference for it.
Put your microphone on, please. Sorry.
Sorry, 007137, part 1 of 5.
Is it part 1 or part 2 of 5?
So if you just bear with me.
It's 136, part 1 of 5. And yes, that part 1 of 5, page 4 on the electronic document.
Yes, so I have figure 007131, figure 12.1, proposed Fanellan part 1 of 5, and it's page 4 of 45. And your property is not marked on this map, but we can see the area of it, and we can see the shading on the map that would appear to be the trees that you are referring to, which are within your property. And then we can see there is some small areas beyond the boundary which are excluded from the management fell-in.
That's not what I see. There are trees to that side of the property. However, if you were to imagine we'll maybe see this in site visits, but the line of sight to the angle tower from my property, it is very clear from observing this picture that that is within the bounds of the management felling. The area omitted from the management felling is an area of woodland that has already been felled in recent years, which is why it would be omitted from the management felling. The existing trees highlighted on the document all need to be management felled.
So we can see on the photo montage, on the baseline photograph, you can see the younger trees that are within that area, which are growing up in the photograph.
Yes?
And I think the remainder of what we're discussing here, the detail of that, I agree with you, this is something that we can look at on site, because I feel that the OS map here is not going into the level of detail that we need to see.
It doesn't. No. You mentioned that the wire lines not showing multiple pylons was an oversight, so is that something that can be produced?
I'll have to take advice on that, but I don't see why not, but let my colleagues answer for me.
This may be a silly question, but why are the arms of the pylons not visible in the wire lines?
I don't know the answer to that, except to say that the orientation of the pylons is accounted for in the 3D model that the graphic designers use, that the engineers use to produce these images. And I know this image has been checked by them, so we have to assume it is correct, that the tower is in the correct position, and so you're seeing it sideways on.
Thank you. The view from my property is directly south, directly due south. Is that correct?
The view from your property towards the line is, yes?
Well, my house is orientated with an aspect which is directly south. There is an east end, which is pointing directly due east. There is a west end pointing directly due west, and the 26-metre length of the main aspect enjoyed by the property is directly south. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. The line isn't travelling directly east to west in that location, is it? It's at an angle.
Yes, it's at an angle.
Would that not then follow that we're not looking directly at the pylon in that location, and so therefore you would, there was some element of arms visible?
The three-dimensional model, as I said before, has the towers orientated according to the line and according to where the viewpoint is, and that has to be factually correct because it comes from the computer technology and the information, the data that's being put in there. I can, of course, request that that particular element of it is checked to ensure that the input data is correct, for example.
And of course, that would only be the case when you're standing directly in front of the pylons. If you were, as I said, the property being 26 metres long, an extensive curtilage from other areas, the view of the pylon would be different. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree. There is a large area of land within your curtilage, and that were you to wander around that and you go up to the boundary fence or further to the east or the west, then this view that we've illustrated here would change.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch briefly on the methodology used with the RVAA. It is correct, I think it's been covered, that you were not the author of the original RVAA, but did you have any input as to the tactics methodology that would be used in conducting that report?
Only as far as I was aware that they were following the Landscape Institute guidelines.
Does the applicant have any input?
No, this is a professional assessment. It's done by the landscape architects. It's not conducted by the applicant.
Have you conducted many RVAAs yourself?
Yes.
In your professional career?
Many, hundreds probably.
Hundreds. And how many properties would that cover?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well, so if you have a residential visual amenity assessment, you've completed hundreds of them. I take it that assessment would normally be, as in this case, on multiple properties. So, you know, are we talking thousands of properties that would have been assessed by you?
I think we're probably talking hundreds. Typically, if it's a wind farm development, there might be 10, 20 properties. This is particularly large assessment because there are a large number of properties along the line.
And have you ever found there to be a breach of a residential visual amenity threshold?
Yes, I have.
Could you elaborate briefly on the conditions that resulted in that breach?
Well, they're particular to those particular properties that I have identified in the past, and usually that situation gets flagged up to the developers during the design stage, and we can take mitigation action. In other cases where the RVAT breach has been assessed after the design has been frozen, that's a matter that has to be taken into account by the planners and plan decision.
But the conditions involved for you to come to a conclusion that the threshold had been breached, could you give us an example?
So a property facing towards a wind farm, noting that that development is quite different from an overhead line. The turbines, of course, are rotating and moving, so you have that added element. You also have aviation warning lights to contend with as well. So there are differences. It's not directly comparable, but close proximity. I can't remember the exact distances to be particular, and obviously the turbines are different heights, 200 metres to blade tip. Main living areas, limited vegetation, no vegetation in fact between the property and the proposed development in that particular case that I can recall.
Thank you. We went over this morning, so I don't...
Sorry, Mr. Kemp, I was just going to say we will need to break for lunch shortly. So
This last
maybe
question.
all right, okay, that's
last
fine.
question. Yeah. That's all on my property. But last one on methodology. You looked at, with Mr. Finlay, the Landscape Institute guidance for conducting an assessment. Reminder that is document 1057.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah, and we did look at step 4, which is on page 12, about forming an RVAA judgment. And it's brief. Step 4, there is 4 paragraphs. Do you want me to read out the first sentence of paragraph 4.19?
Yes.
It states that the residential visual amenity threshold judgment should be communicated in a coherent manner using text with clear descriptions, employing terminology which is commonly understood, and descriptors which may have previously been used. Would it be fair to say that the first sentence of that paragraph is setting us up for a paragraph with advice on communication?
Yes, I think so, yes.
It then goes on to give us some examples of descriptions and descriptors. And that's where we get blocking the only available view from a property, overwhelming the view in all directions, etc., which I think in the methodology of the RVAA is a direct quote for what you would consider a threshold breach. Does the Landscape Institute advise using these conditions as the threshold at which a amenity might be breached?
Well, my taking of the guidance as a whole is that you take the information from steps 1 through to 4 collectively in coming to your final judgment in step 4. You don't just sort of disregard everything that's gone before that. You take account of those with your final judgment. And we've discussed whether these are descriptors or whether they're actual tests. I don't take the view that they're simply tick box exercise, pass or fail. And I also note that this document in its appendix contains examples of how others have come to the judgment. And they've used different language, different terminology. It, by and large, comes to very similar areas of judgment, but I appreciate there are subtle differences.
Prescriptive advice from the Landscape Institute, would you not then agree that actually some of the conclusions as read would, I guess, maybe appear to be more concrete in their judgments than they otherwise might be had these descriptors not been used?
I think the way that they've been set out, the avoidance has been to avoid excessive repetition, because you've got the way the assessment is set out. It's set out step 1, the several paragraphs, step 2, several paragraphs, step 3, several paragraphs, and it would perhaps have been helpful for step 4 to make it clear to the reader that they're taking account of everything that's gone before in coming to those final judgments, and then go on to explain as clearly as possible why they've come to that conclusion.
Yeah. Could we maybe just look at document 1501? Paragraph 1.2 is the methodology.
Sorry, just 1501.
15.001, yeah.
you're looking at the residential visual amenity part 1.
Mhm.
Do you have a paragraph number?
Well, paragraph 1.2 is on methodology. So that would cover the methodology used in the RVAA.
Yes.
And then 1.2.6 lists the 4 example considerations when forming a judgment.
Yes, I see that.
So that would then suggest that these are the considerations used when forming a judgment.
Sorry, I think it puts it in rather simplistic terms there. I think you have to read the paragraph before that as well, which says the threshold would only be breached if it's considered if the potential level of effect would be so overbearing, so intrusive on the individual property and or its curtilage that it potential adverse affects the living conditions widely regarded as unattractive place in which to live. And my view is that that should be drawn, that judgment should be drawn from the information collected from stages 1 through to 4. Paragraph 1.2.6, I think, is just talking about the additional considerations that would then come in at that stage.
I agree, but my understanding of that is that the previous paragraph says these are the conditions. The next paragraph goes on to say how that judgment is reached. And it includes the descriptors, which I think we're in agreement are descriptors and not advice on how to conduct an RVAT.
Yes, it says in paragraph 126, example considerations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kemp. I hope you didn't think I was pushing you there. We could have had more time after lunch, but I think best to stop now. So if we can take 45 minutes and come back at 1:45. I'll have a few questions then and then we'll pass back. Thanks. Okay, I think everybody's back, I hope. Yep, we'll get ready to start. So I've got a few questions. Mr. I'm going to struggle to see you through my glasses here, so sorry if I'm peering a little. Thank you to colleagues for answering a lot of the questions. I have managed to cull quite a few, but just had a few points of clarification. Firstly, around tower design, which I don't know if you can answer or not, and that's fine if you can't. But I was just looking at the tower suite. So if we turn to figure 3.4 A to D, so that's 007.016. And if we just look at that first one, for example, 3.4A, which seems to relate to the proposed towers in the main alignment, is it possible to say from that document which ones are suspension towers and which ones are tension towers? Or is that set out somewhere else?
I'm sorry, Mum, I can't help you on that.
No. Okay. And is there a document, is there a plan somewhere? Obviously, I can see that there's a document that tells us the tower references, and we can see which, then look at this document to see which type of document, which type of tower they are. Is there a plan that shows easily which type of tower is each one? Or do we still have to look back to the tower schedules and each time, do you know?
Yes, there is a site layout plan, I believe. I'm just opening that one up. Yes, so for example, I've just opened 007-005. Any one of the figures there shows the site layout, and each turbine is numbered. Sorry, each tower is numbered. And you can see those tower numbers refer to the tower schedule in the EIA, and then that gives you the details of which tower, its height, etc.
Right, so you do need to do that cross-reference. There's
You
not
do.
a plan that shows. Right, that's
There
fine.
isn't,
Because I
no.
was just hoping I wasn't missing something. That's fine. And just talking about this sort of change between suspension towers and tension towers, and we've had a bit of discussion about microsighting, but is it the case that any angle change at all that's required because of microsighting would result in a change from a suspension to a tension tower, or is there a particular angle that kicks in at?
Again, I don't know that technical information, apologies.
So we've discussed quite a bit about the limits of deviation. I mean, you gave the impression yesterday that there would be very limited, if any, microsighting in practice, and I was just wondering what you based that opinion on and what point you considered we are in terms of locking down the tower positions.
So I've sought advice from engineers working on the project. I've asked them in practice, you know, how accurate is it? Of course, they can't give me a definitive answer, but they say that on the basis of the information that they have to date, those are the tower locations that they would seek to build. Now, quite often when I work with other forms of development, for example, wind farm development, we will have post-consent, we will have an as-built drawing. One of the jobs that I do is I will rerun photomontages or wire lines post-consent, and we will model the as-built. And sometimes I'll go back to site and look at the viewpoint as built with the turbines in place to see, was it the same as we assessed? It's very rarely that I can pick out any difference. And although the turbines, sometimes they move, as built is slightly different, but it tends to be tens of meters, not in hundreds of meters, or certainly not exceeding the micro-sighting limit. So there can tend to be more subtle movements. And from my discussions that I've had with engineers, the accuracy of the towers, their positions, is paramount. The engineering skill that you've got to suspend the conductors between towers, they have to be accurate in order to be properly aligned to work properly, to be stable. And so there's a high level of surveying takes place to make sure that these towers are located where they need to be.
Okay, thank you. And so what factors do you think that they wouldn't already be aware of? What factors might come into play that they've not already considered?
I think that's a matter for further submissions. I understand that there will be ground investigations. I understand some of those ground investigations are taking place already.
Are you able to answer anything around the land holdings that have been excluded from the limits of deviation?
I'm not sure I follow what that question.
It's maybe something I'll ask, or we can ask separately. It was to do with, there's a figure 3.10, which is 007.031 to 034. There's a series of plans there that show the land holdings that have been excluded from the limits of deviation, and we're just trying to work out why those teal coloured areas had been excluded, and whether that was purely about land ownership, occupation. So I don't know whether that's something that...
No, I'm sorry, I don't have any information on that.
I also had a question. You mentioned yesterday, or I think Mr. Reid mentioned yesterday, there's a couple of towers at Dipple that relate to the drinking water abstraction area there. I think there's maybe an error on the drawing reference. That's just a minor issue. I think it's perhaps it should be CB12 to 16B and CB14 1C rather than 1B. I think there's, but that's a minor issue. The main question I just had around that was there's reference to the bases of these two towers being a lot bigger than the normal bases and potentially being above ground. Does that have any bearing on the LVIA or the RVAA in terms of impact on those houses nearby, or is it sufficiently far away?
I don't believe it would have any bearing because my understanding is that we're talking about a metre or so of deviation, and there is a vertical limit of deviation included in the assessment which should be allowed to account for that tolerance.
Thank you. And I had some question just around transposition towers, because there's these specific transposition towers in two different locations, as I understand it. And presumably the LVIA and you've assessed the visual effects of those transposition towers versus standard suspension or angle towers.
Yes, those towers are included within the 3D model, and where they're visible, they're included within the visualizations. They're also included in the calculations for the ZTVs. So yes, they're taken account of.
That's great. And I am presuming that the progression of the Kellis alternative alignment doesn't affect the position of those transposition towers on the route as a whole?
Not to my knowledge.
No. And are you aware of any scenario in which any other micrositing across the route, either individually or cumulatively, could result in a change to the location of those transposition towers along the route, or movement in them, or requiring additional transposition towers?
That's not a question I can answer, I'm sorry.
Okay. Turning to cumulative effects, I think Kirkhill and Bunchue Community Council had earlier flagged a lack of visualisations on cumulative effects, including around the Fanellan hub. And I think we have been referred by the applicant to the cumulative visualisation for Fanellan that was provided in 008.004 and 008.005. So that relates to viewpoint 2, Creerag, which is a strange name. And I just wanted to check, are there any other visuals that you're aware of that deal with cumulative effects, either at the western end near Beauly or at the eastern end near Netherton or Greens?
Yes, there is another cumulative visualisation that includes Netherton. All of the photo montages, of course, contain existing developments that have been built and existing lines where they're visible, but I'm not aware of any others. And this is why I have introduced to the evidence some of the information from the wind farms, for example, the Tentland wind farm viewpoint and the one from Kellestrum.
Right, okay, that's helpful. You don't have the reference for the Netherton one, do you? I perhaps have seen it, but I can't recall.
I will find that and make sure that we get that to you.
Thank you. So then there was these other documents that came forward with information about cumulative effects. So the cumulative clarifications note, which is 19.006 to 10, and that discusses the effects in the Keith and New Mill area. If we look at the last paragraph, 2.6.4, which is
Sorry, you gave me a paragraph number?
it was paragraph 2.6.4. Sorry, I'm going slightly blind here because my Wi-Fi has stopped working, so hopefully that will come back on. Yes, it was electronic page 17, and that last paragraph, it says, subject to the degree of landscaping provision, the developments would become better integrated or embedded with the landscape. So I just wanted to check what you considered to be the proposed landscaping provision in that area. What does that refer to?
So that refers to the other cumulative developments which are listed in the preceding table, table 5. And you can see there are various developments including BESS and substations, etc. These are developments that have a site, and one would expect there to be some landscape screening provided as part of that development. I haven't had sight of those particular developments in that level of detail to determine what level of screening is being provided and what conditions have been attached to those developments to understand that in any detail, other than I would normally expect there to be some form of landscape mitigation surrounding those sorts of sites.
If those developments or that mitigation didn't come forward, what's the implications for the proposal?
That there would be cumulative effects as stated in this assessment. And I have said that there would be some significant combined landscape and visual effects.
When you refer there to the developments becoming better integrated, it's principally about these other developments rather than the proposal?
Yes, I mean, without knowing precisely what the mitigation is, I can't tell whether they will also help to screen or mitigate the proposed development, but erring on the side of caution, the mitigation would be provided for those developments.
Okay, and in a similar sort of vein, when you go back to your inquiry report, so 020-001, paragraph 3.4.3,
Yes, I have it.
So that paragraph, I think, recognises that cumulative effects in the Keith and Newmill area may create a cluttered or more intensive concentration of development compared to the individual effects, and that the
Yes.
development would be increasingly reliant on landscape mitigation. So my question was, what would that involve? Is that already part of the embedded mitigation, or is it some other additional mitigation, or?
That's the mitigation associated with the other cumulative schemes that I'm accounting for there.
Right, so that's the same. Okay. If we look at the, let me think, back to the cumulative clarifications note, so that's 19.6.
I have it open still.
Yeah, okay, so talking about the Greens area now, on electronic page 19, you're talking at the end of that paragraph 2.7.4.
Yes.
And it talks about, it says that receptors would not significantly view more than one other paired development. So what do you think is meant by the word significantly in that context? Is it that the majority of the residential receptors wouldn't experience that view and some will? Or is it that for any individual receptor the view wouldn't be significant? Or what did you think that meant?
So there'll be significant views, significantly affected views from those receptors, but they're looking at, it's one development that would be resulting in a significant impact in those cases, rather than multiple pairs of development. And when you look at all the development that's been included, a lot of it is actually only just the construction period, which is excluded from this note. So we've got a lot of development which involves underground cabling, for example. And that's, once that's discounted, it limits the extent of cumulative developments in terms of the numbers.
And looking at the cumulative assessment update, which is technical note, that's 1314.
Sorry, did you say 1314?
Yeah. I'm hoping that's it, because as I say, I can't open it on my own screen, but I have written it down as that. Yeah.
Yes, I have it
technical
open.
note, yeah. So on page 14, that's electronic page 15, and this is straying a little bit into RVA, which we'll come back to, but this is to do with cumulative impacts around the Kellas alternative alignment, and the assessment there is that the cumulative effects of the proposal with M19, which is Meikle Hill Wind Farm, would increase the significance of effects on a number of residential receptor groups, and I think it's MORAR 12, 16, 17 and 20. And as far as I'm aware, none of those receptor groups were scoped into step 2 of the RVA, so I just wanted to check that you don't have any concerns about any specific residential properties within those receptor groups in relation to residential visual amenity.
That's correct. The principal reason being that the Meikle Hill Wind Farm is on the other side of Meikle Hill compared to the proposed development.
Right, great. But certainly you can confirm that the cumulative assessment update and the cumulative clarification note, did you take both of those into account when you were reviewing what was in the RVA and obviously preparing your inquiry report?
I preferred to rely on the cumulative update, the final combined cumulative assessment document, because it, instead of taking a paired approach, it took everything together in the round to present a complete combined cumulative assessment.
Okay, thank you. Got a couple of quick questions about mitigation before I've got a few questions on RVA. And we have touched on some of this already yesterday and today. So I just wanted to discuss the forestry landscape mitigation principles. I don't think you need to go there. I think you'll probably know the answer, but presumably those principles only relate to the areas along the operational corridor where there's key views. Is that correct? It doesn't relate to the whole of the operational corridor?
Yes, the wavy edge forestry technique is related to the operational corridor, and it's selected areas where the woodland is visible, where it's key views, and where it's felt in landscape terms that the mitigation would be a benefit there.
Thank you. And were those locations selected in consultation with the local authorities, or was that the applicant's view?
This was before my time, but from what I've seen in writing in some of the technical notes and the consultation between, for example, Moray Council about the Orderqueish Wood, I know that there was consultation. I know that this approach was encouraged by the council's landscape architect.
And I think Miss Anderson suggested extending that to the whole of the operational corridor in the woodland. What's your view on that?
She advised extending the influence beyond the operational corridor, so you would have an increased width of 120 metres. She thought that that would be more beneficial. I think it would be more beneficial in terms of your increasing the extent of enhanced biodiversity and species diversity and in terms of a landscape character. But from a visual perspective, I'm not sure that it would make much difference. Equally, you have to wait for the 15 years for the trees to grow, for the effect of the corridor, the felling, to be mitigated.
Sorry, not landscape and visual issue. And my other question there is, I think you said this morning that you believed that the roadside planting, which I think is set out in that mitigation principles as well, was part of the embedded mitigation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah. And if we have a look at some of the roadside planting opportunities that are in that appendix, so that's 009025, sorry, we will go there briefly. I think if we could look at plate 23. I'm hoping Mr. Boo, you can get this up.
23.
Yeah. Quite far
Sorry,
down.
do you have an electronic
I
page
will
number for
do in
that?
a second.
There we go. PDF 12.
Yes, electronic page 12. And the one I was looking at there, yeah, 23, which is the one at Gallows Hill. I think, is it the one below, actually? Or is it that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Headings at the top.
The one at Gallows Hill, I think. I was just going to ask, the green highlighted section, it appears to extend beyond the operational corridor.
Yes, so my understanding is that any planting beyond the operational corridor is an additional mitigation that's separate from the embedded.
So that means its delivery is not guaranteed. So how does that affect your assessment or the overall assessment?
So in that example, you can see that the part of the roadside planting that extends beyond the operational corridor is backed by forestry. Obviously, that forestry will be subject to felling, but that forestry itself would be subject to restocking. So I think in the broader scheme of things, that particular loss of that additional planting there would not have a significant impact. And I think similar judgments can be made from elsewhere along the line.
So you're confident that that is similar across them all? Across each situation?
Let me just have a quick check. Yes, I'm satisfied. If we look at plate 17, you can see the additional planting along the North Coast 500, and you can see that that planting is extensive, but it's going laterally along the corridor rather than perpendicularly across the corridor, so it's included.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Just a few questions about the RVA now. Can you say a little bit about your understanding of why an RVA was scoped out for this project but not other overhead lines such as Spittal, Beauly and Torteeling? And
So,
what factors perhaps had influenced that judgment? Was it about different professional judgments, or was it because of some difference in the nature of the area?
So my understanding is that it was not requested or offered as part of the original scoping consultation that took place, that none of the local authorities requested it. I'm not sure that it was actually offered as part of the assessment. I understand from speaking to the WSP landscape team that in their opinion, because they were doing a granular assessment, they were grouping properties together, they were actually including a degree of residential amenity assessment in terms that they were identifying properties where there would be significant effects, but they weren't going that further step to undertake the RVAT threshold.
Could I then just go on to ask about the methodology for scoping out receptor groups which had major adverse effects? Obviously we're aware of what we had requested, but if we could have a look at the RVA, so 15001.
Yes, I have that document.
Great. So if we could look at paragraph 1.3.1. Have you got that?
1.3.1, yes.
Yeah, 1.3.1, I'm hoping is the right one, suggests that the applicant had sifted in those receptor groups which had a high magnitude of impact and a resulting major adverse effect, and that leaves out a number of receptor groups which had a medium or a medium-high magnitude of impact, but which had nonetheless been assessed overall as having a major adverse effect. And to sort of give an example there, if we look at Aberdeenshire, that was comprising a number of receptor groups, ABR 1A, 4A, 7 and 8, for example, that were scoped out. And I think paragraph 1.32, if we have a look at that, that discusses the approach to assuming that all properties within a group with a high magnitude of change should be assessed at a more detailed level. And then on the flip side, you've assumed that there would be no properties with a rating of high within a group with a magnitude of change of medium to high. So if we have a look, I'm getting to a question, I'm just taking you through it. If we look at an example in Aberdeenshire again of a receptor group looked out, so let's pick ABR 8. So if we look at 015.004, so that's the receptor groups that are scoped out of step 1B. So that's 1504.
Yes, I have that.
So, wait till I see which page it is, because I haven't written that down. So, we want to look at ABR 8, which is south of Cummingstown and Maud, so it'll be fairly far on, I think. Keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going.
So was it ABR?
ABR 8. So obviously the line runs right through that receptor group for quite a considerable distance. And I think Appendix 7.4.3 says that there's 124 properties in that receptor group, so it's quite a big one. How confident can you be that not one of those properties within the receptor group would experience a high magnitude of change? And I'm wondering whether it would have perhaps been erring on the side of caution to include those receptor groups and take a closer look at the properties within that. So just trying to get a sense from you about whether that was reasonable or not. And I think there has been a more precautionary approach taken in relation to some receptor groups, such as in Highland R22 and R56B. And I think a couple in Murray as well. So I'm just trying to understand the thinking around that.
Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the document. Yes, going back to the first part of the document, page 20, electronic page 34, RBR8 is shown in step 1A, medium to high magnitude, major effect, and then scope into 1B, the decision there is out, scope out, due to magnitude rating of medium to high, all phases of construction operation and no properties likely to breach the RVAT. So I agree, it doesn't give us the full reasoning for why that was scoped out. One would suggest, as you've pointed out, that some of those properties are quite close. There must be some significant effects there. My understanding is that they have had a closer look at that and ruled out those properties on the basis of screening that's individual to the properties. And because they've had a granular assessment before they get to this stage, they've erred on the side of caution, and those properties would not have been looked at on an individual basis when we were looking at sort of granular level of that assessment. So when they've actually got to the stage of doing an RVAA, they've then taken the step to go down to a finer level of assessment, actually look at the properties, and that is an example where properties, when they've actually looked at them in more detail, they've found out that there's screening or whatever that's led to the scoping out of that. However, I can't confirm myself that every one of those properties, I certainly haven't looked at them in any detail to determine that.
Yeah, so you're talking there about scoping out individual properties, but I mean the RVA is only talking at that step 1B stage about scoping out receptor groups. So there's nothing written anywhere, as far as I can see, that talks about any individual properties within that receptor group, for example. So it's difficult for us to know whether that assessment has actually been done. And certainly we have representations from a number of properties within that receptor group who are concerned about being close to the line. So, and we have had a look ourselves on site visits, and we will do so again. But I think it's just what confidence we can have that there's not any properties there that, in your opinion, would have breached the threshold.
Yes, I understand your position.
So on that basis, do you think there's a danger potentially that overall effects have been underplayed if some properties are potentially close to or over the threshold in some of these other receptor areas that have been scoped out?
I'm not sure that I know the answer to that, other than this has been looked at quite thoroughly, and I think this is one example, RBR8, where there is a degree of doubt brought in because of what you've said to me today. But I don't have any others that I could call to mind that I think would cause me to look at this again. I think certainly in Moray and Highland Council area, this matter has been examined quite thoroughly.
Okay, I did mention others, ABR 1A, ABR 4A and ABR 7, but I would say that ABR 8 was the one that was certainly linked to a number of representations as well. That was something that we were a bit more concerned about. But, I take your points, thanks. Can I just check about in step 3 of the RBA? So that's the step when you're sifting out individual properties, and could you just clarify your understanding of the methodology for scoping out those individual properties that had moderate to major effects? Is that inconsistent in any way with the LVIA approach more generally, which I think indicates that moderate to major effects will be classed as significant? Is that to do with the magnitude or some other factor?
So the purpose of the residential visual amenity assessment is to look at those properties which are most greatly affected by the proposed development. And the cut-off that we've used here is those that are of high magnitude. And we've looked at those. They also give a rating of major. And I think the fact that we have come to a conclusion of no aardvark breaches with that group tells us that we don't then need to go back a step and look at further properties further away or the less affected to a moderate high magnitude.
Right, okay, thank you, that's helpful. I think was my last question, so you'll be pleased to hear that. Yep, that's all from me, so I'll pass back to Mr. Reid.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Riley, only two things you'll be glad to hear. Could we look at viewpoint 52, please? 008076. It's viewpoint 52 and it's document 008076.
Yes, I have that one open.
Is that the Netherton cumulative visualizations we were looking for earlier?
I don't believe it is. I'm sure I saw one that had the sort of Netherton substation blocked out in white on it.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll put that post-it note to one side. If we look at another document, 016043, please. And if we can go to PDF page 294 in this document.
Sorry, 016, sorry,
016043 is the document number.
1643. Is this the shadow derogation case?
Yes.
Okay. I have that open.
PDF page 294. It's a
Sorry, I've got my last page is 231. I am in document number 16043.
yeah. I think Milena Brown's going to. Would you? Oh, your microphone, Ms. Rowlett. That document was replaced yesterday, and I suspect Ms. Rowlett's done what I had previously done and downloaded from the USB, which has the previous document. I mean, I'm happy to pass my iPad, which is unannotated.
Is this the maps with the blue circles
Yes,
on it?
and if we turn
we've got
over,
that. That's fine.
Primarily for your note, 299 of the PDF. And we should see Mr. Kemp's, where Mr. Kemp's property is. There we see some of the highlighting. Now, the question would have been to Ms. Rowlett, are those the maps she was looking at earlier? I think if you're happy they are, then you don't need to pass her the iPad. That was all I was going to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we turn to Mr. Sinha now. Yep.
Just whilst Mr. Sinha's setting up and Ms. Rylott's setting down, so to speak, one of your queries was about the scoping decision to take out the RVAA. The scoping report is in document 913, which I think has an LVIA chapter which deals with the sections taken out. Unfortunately, you can't read it in the version that I've got because it's all blacked out, which may be because the section dealing with ornithology, which may have been blacked out, has been taken to extreme and has covered the previous section. So it may be someone on the applicant's team can, not today obviously, but provide an unblanked out version of that section, but that presumably is where the justification for scoping that out might be found.
Yeah, I think I have actually seen that already, but I was just asking Mr. Rylott for some comments on it. So, but I know what it is. Thank you.
Oh, right. Well, you were there before me. My apologies.
Thank you, Ms. Rylott. You can now rest. you have everything set up, Mr. Sinha?
I do, yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you. Mr. Finlay?
Thank you very much. You're Rohan Sinha, and you're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute, which you've been since 2013.
That's correct.
And you set out more details of your experience in your inquiry report and Annex 1 to it.
Yes.
And just to pick up a question Mr. Reid asked of Miss Anderson, do you only appear for councils or for those opposed? Is your experience only for advising councils who oppose renewable energy projects, or have you acted on the other side of the fence?
I've acted on both sides.
Thank you. No doubt if anyone wants further information on that, they can ask you. We've been through a considerable amount of material, so what I wanted to do was to take your 4 areas of concern with which we're now familiar, firstly in turn, and area A, I think Ms. Ryler makes a number of points about it, but there are 2 in particular. One was in terms of the numbers of receptors, and the other was a landscape point about she says in her precognition that she was struck by how much you'd still be able to appreciate of the key characteristics of the underlying landscape. So perhaps if you could respond to those 2 points whilst detailing your concerns to the reporters in respect of area of concern A.
Yes, I'll start with the visual receptors first. So there's going to be just 2-3 documents that I'm going to refer to. You have, so paragraph 2.7.17 of Ms. Rylett's inquiry report. She lists a number of receptors in her opinion that would be significantly affected. And she uses the phrase a small number of residents. If we then go to paragraph 4.1.10 in my inquiry report, which is, I think, electronic pages 29 to 30, I expand on the number of receptors that would experience significant effects. And I think this is an important point on residential receptors here, because Ms. Rylett has focused on those receptors taken forward into the RVA. I have taken into account receptors that experience significant effects, whether they are major to moderate or moderate. And quite helpfully, actually, I'd like also the reporters to go to paragraph 7.8.15 of the LVIA, which is document 006008, which is electronic page 125. And I think that's the conclusions of the LVIA, which confirms, that paragraph confirms and states that numbers within the residential groups are not reflective of the individual receptors that would be affected. And then finally, I'd just like to refer to figure 7.6, which is 007.071, and it's page 3, which are all
Of what document, sorry?
007.071,
Oh, yeah, got you.
which is the visual receptor map. And page 3 of that figure, you can see there is a number of receptor groups that are in area A that I talk about. And there has been discussion earlier today and yesterday about the approach taken in the LVIA. And I think it's important here because, for example, THCR13, which are all the residents along the A862 and various other residential properties, there are up to 21 properties there that in the LVI have identified major adverse effects. Now, I do acknowledge that not every property will be significantly affected, but it's definitely more than one. And then if you look at THC R16, you've got 44 properties assessed as moderate to major adverse. And you can go to THC R18, which has got 28 properties assessed as major adverse. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that there are the number of receptors significantly affected across Area A are far greater than Ms. Rylett indicates in her inquiry report. I wouldn't go into any more visual receptors because they are in my inquiry report. In relation to the landscape character type, which is LCT 342, I think it's worth looking at viewpoint 54, which is I think it's 008.079, which is the Nature Scott visualization. But I think it's also helpful to have the Highland Council visualization. Which is 008.116 of viewpoint 54. I think what I'd like to note here that if you look at the extent of this view, the full the panorama, you can see here that the proposed development introduces quite prominent vertical structures and horizontal conductors that would disrupt that existing visual relationship between the open plain and the steep slopes, the wooded slopes, and the nature of the pylons that go right across the view, in my opinion, would contrast with the natural landform and would draw the eye across the plain and interrupt that transition from flat foreground to the steep slopes. And viewpoint 54 is just one location where you appreciate this transition and this experience. And I think, in my opinion, it's best experience as you drive along that road, where you really appreciate that open plain, the contrast of the open plain. And in my view, this key characteristic would be significantly affected and altered by the proposed development. And just one last point on this, I think it's also helpful for the reporters to understand that this Area A has been assessed under the Fanellan to the aired section of the LVIA, which I'd like the reporters to just go to paragraph 7.4.68 of the LVIA.
Which electronic page is that?
Sorry?
What page was it, sorry?
I'm just looking for it, sorry.
'73.
Yes. It's quite an important point at the start of that paragraph, which talks about the more dramatic landscape within the Highlands, and this area falls within that section. And I would agree with that sentence, because it is one of the more dramatic landscapes within the Highlands up to the Aird, which has a number of different characteristics, which is, some of them are quite evident in this, at this viewpoint in this area. Thanks.
Thank you. If we move then, I'll come back to the issue of some overarching issues at the end. If we move then to area of concern B, which is the Caledonian Canal, I think we're now probably familiar with the issue between you and Ms. Rylott in respect of that. But is there anything you'd like to add to what you said in response to her, or otherwise illustrate to the reporters in respect why you think, unless the tower is moved, there will be a significant impact?
Yes, just one. Just want to take you to my precognition. On page, sorry, I will give the paragraph number first. Yeah, so the applicant has, as we can see in just getting the updated visualization that was produced part of the technical note from the Caledonian
I
Canal.
think that's 1344.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the point here is this is quite an important location for many visitors and recreational users, and the views that you get along the canal corridor are quite important. And you can see your eye is drawn along the canal, and what you can see in the visualization is the tower that would be, I would say, relatively prominent above the trees. And a lot of people spend time here looking in the views in both directions. There are nearby picnic tables. And yes, I do agree that it is a busy area, but there have been numerous times that I have been there where it's really quiet and very still with no boats. So I don't accept that barges, the masts of the barges should be a mitigating factor in that view. And I've explained this in my inquiry, in both my inquiry report and precognition. And in my view, it constitutes a significant effect. But I do agree if the tower is moved, that would address my concern.
Thank you. If we then, I'm going to come back to the property which is the subject of area concern C, when discussing briefly vertical limits of deviation. If we then move on to Culloden, which is area of concern D, two points in particular that I wish you to deal with over and above any others that you wish to. One is Mr. Rylot's concern that it's really an unexceptional piece of landscape and therefore there's overemphasis on it. And one should imagine it without Culloden having taken place. And the other is her comments on the additional forestry information that you've provided, which just for the reporter's note is CD 2033 and the forestry plan at CD 2034.
Yeah, I'll start with the first point. So unlike Ms. Rylot, I would like the reporters to continue to consider this location as a battlefield, because it is a battlefield. And it is a designation of the most high national importance. I'd like to take the reporters to GLVI 3 and paragraph. Unfortunately, the electronic version of GLVI 3 is the clarifications note in my USB. It's not the original GLVI 3, so I can give you the document page numbers if that's helpful. So it is paragraph 6.33 on page 113. And it's about sensitivity of visual receptors. And that paragraph goes on to state that visual receptors most susceptible to change are likely to include, and there's 4 bullet points. The third bullet point is visitors to heritage assets or other attractions where views of the surroundings are an important contributor to the experience. And then I'd also like to refer to paragraph 6.37 of the same document, which is on page 114, where it talks about value attached to views, and where it says, judgments also should be made about the value attached to views experienced
and this should take account of a recognition of the value attached to particular views, for example, in relation to heritage assets or through planning designations. So that was about the sensitivity of the location. In terms of the additional forestry information, so the two documents that Mr. Finlay referred to, I think they were quite important in terms of understanding the long-term forest plans in that area. I do acknowledge that the landscape appraisal was not undertaken by a landscape architect, but this was not about to critique the landscape appraisal. There was some quite pertinent information in that appraisal, which was in relation to viewpoint 6B, which was from the battlefield, and it's almost identical to viewpoint 16 of the LVIA, albeit that viewpoint 6B was taken from the grounds rather than from the visitor rooftop. And the main point here I've set out in paragraph lost my recognition. In paragraph 4.4 of my recognition on document page 7 and 8, explaining how the maturity of woodland growth would actually not provide effective screening of the two skyline towers and would not materially reduce their visual prominence. And one point to note that I think whilst this document, the appraisal hasn't been undertaken by a landscape architect, it is something a landscape architect would do with overlay plans or visualizations. So it was not to critique the landscape appraisal, but the content of the document, the information that was of value to the views of the skyline towers in question. The other point is about the visual effect itself at this location, with or without forestry. As we know, there is disagreement between the applicant and myself on the visual effect here. But I just want to point out that the skyline towers in particular, in my view, would change the visual aesthetic from the battlefield. And the visual aspect is part of the overall experience when you are at that location. And in my opinion, it will affect the sense of place. So you do see other features in that view, as we can see on viewpoint 16. There are other overhead lines which are lower down in the landscape. There are some housing, a few houses visible. Again, they are low down in the landscape. And it is my understanding that the council has limited the number of large-scale infrastructure visible from the battlefield, especially those at close range or at moderate distance. And it is, in my opinion, the overall visual aspect is part of the experience of being there at the battlefield. Just on 013-045, which is the updated visualization from the battlefield, the applicant has included a number of mitigation options. I have commented on that in my inquiry report, but I think what I would have liked to see was some more exploration of the mitigation option about the undergrounding of the 275 kV line, which would remove a concern regarding the skyline towers, something that the applicant has committed to do with the Mains of Daviot ring circle, which was the HES objection. So it was more that if the applicant has committed to something from a HES objection, why not a landscape objection? And that's all I have to say on viewpoint 16.
Thank you. Now, that's the areas of concern. Then just picking up some more global points. First, there's been some debate at the inquiry on whether the impact of the line is localised. You've, and I think Ms. Rylott pointed this out, found that particular aspects of it are localised, for instance, in Area A. But having heard the debate and the answers of Ms Anderson and Ms Rylott. What's your view as to whether the impact is localised overall, if that indeed is the correct approach to take?
So I don't mention localized in terms of the overall route in my inquiry report or recognition. However, having thought about this further, I do accept that there are localized effects in the areas of concern, but they are at the locations alone. But I do agree with Ms. Anderson that there are then the effects along the whole section of the route, whether it's Highland or Murray or Aberdeenshire, are not localized.
Thank you. Now, post the writing of your recognition, the RVAA addendum, which is CD 1516, was produced. And I want to ask you first about Grove Park and whether you have any comment on the photo montages provided for Grove Park, and secondly, taking the two together, using Grove Park as an example, what would be the impact of a material change in the position of the towers concerned, but still within the horizontal limits of deviation?
Yes, so if I'd like the reporters to look at the RVA addendum, and which is obviously from Grove Park, which is electronic page 27, which is the 90-degree photo montage. I think firstly, I just want to comment, it's unfortunate about the weather conditions because you do not get the true extent of the visibility of the Great Glen. And I'd like the reporters to look at Annex 2 of my inquiry report, where I provided a baseline panorama, where you can really appreciate more of the Great Glen and the landmark summit of Mille Fermine, all located within the Loch Ness and Duntailcheck SLA, which are the primary views from the southwest elevation and the garden area from the property. I think when you look at the photo montage, it's very clear that the two towers, you see we've got a suspension tower to the right, and then you've got an angle tower to the left. They would appear dominant. They would encroach towards the property's open aspect. And then you've got the horizontal conductors which overlap the wooded hills of the Great Glen and add to visual clutter right across that view, the open aspect. And I'd just like to go to just one reference in the LVIA, which is Appendix 7.4.1 of, and it's page 25, and the document reference number is 009.021. Which is the assessment of the residential receptor group. That's THC-R28 that was undertaken before the RVA was undertaken. And it's quite interesting because the authors of the LVIA would have had access to 3D models, etc. And I think some of the wording in that paragraph, I will go specifically to some of the wording, in my opinion, is not what I would assess just for a visual effect. So if you look at the paragraph, the second last paragraph of that assessment, which is, I think, under the winter assessment, and it says there, I'll just read it out. It says, given the general lack of detracting features and the foreground of views being substantially disturbed by the introduction of the proposed development. And I think that's quite a strong word in terms of describing a visual effect. In my opinion, that I would take that further in terms of residential visual amenity. So I just wanted to point the reporters out to that point. And that's all I've got to add on Grove Park. Sorry, in relation to the limit of deviation, if the current alignment, the towers encroach any further within 100 meters of the current alignment, that would exacerbate the effects on residential visual amenity.
Thank you. We've had quite a bit of debate about Black House, which is another one of the properties covered by the RVAA addendum. Is there anything further you wish to say about Black House over and above the points that have already been made by Mr. Kemp?
I think there's just one point I'd like to say. I think the photo montage that have been produced now just support my original conclusions about the potential of breach. And I think there's just one point about forestry. I know there's been a lot of discussion about forestry earlier on, which I'm not going to go into the detail. But in my opinion, with or without forestry, the angle tower that is visible straight ahead from the property would continue to impose upon the property's open aspect. So whether changes in forestry over 35 or 45 years of maturity and felling, yes, there will be changes in that landscape, but the tower is static and would remain the focus in the view.
Thank you. Now, coming back to the issue of horizontal limits of deviation, you've given one example of what might happen if the towers move closer to a property that's already considered under threat by you in terms of the RVAT. But could you give the reporters another example of where properties not currently considered by you under threat might become under threat of breaching the RVAT if there was a movement within the limits of deviation?
I can. I've got two examples that would be helpful. I think if we look at Elan Tulloch House, which I think is one of the properties we'll be going on site, which is THCR18D. And if you look at the photo montage, which is in the RVA addendum, which is, I think the best one to look at is pages 21, which is the it's a 110-degree photo montage, and then you have page 22, which is a 180-degree photo montage. So currently, I consider there is no breach to this property, given there are various factors of screening, and it's not the principal elevation that's affected here. However, if this tower that's currently visible in the photo montage is moved by 100 meters, particularly if it comes in the field in front where there's the gap in the trees, that would trigger a potential of breach, particularly from the garden area. And a second example would be helpful to look at the wire line from 2 Drumreach Cottage, which is THCR13Q. And if you look at CD 015.008, if we do take into account the limit of deviation there of 100 meters, the tower would come as close as 126 meters, and in my opinion would encroach and be dominant from the garden area, including the outdoor seated area that's available from the property. I do acknowledge that from this property there is some partial screening from the principal elevation. However, I think there remains a potential of breach from the direction of the property's principal views.
Grateful.
And what was the name of that property again? Sorry,
2 Drumreach Cottage.
Thanks.
That's THCR13Q. And lastly, I don't wish you to go through each of the properties, but in Ms. Rylett's precognition at 3.2.7 to 3.2.10, she's given examples of where she thinks Let me just pick that up. She's referred in many of those cases to the presence of mature vegetation partially screening the view, and whether by reference to one or two of those examples or generally, can you give the reporters your view of the extent to which that ameliorates the impact in reality in your view?
So all the 4 properties that have been listed from paragraph 3.2.7 to 3.2.10, I visited all 5 properties. Can I go through the properties?
Yeah, if it's easier, by all means.
And I think we'll be visiting all of these properties tomorrow. So if we start with 1 and 2 Conanbank Farm cottages, I think the only thing I'd add to that is there are relatively open views from the gardens of both properties. There is some garden vegetation. The views south are quite open, where the proposed development will span across the view and then it rises up towards the ed. But I think the important point here is you've got 2 overhead lines just on its shoulder, and I understand one of the smallest line, the 132 kV, will be removed. However, I have, in my inquiry report, used the word overwhelming views in all directions, which is, in my opinion, a cumulative effect here, because you will be surrounded by overhead lines all around. For Conan Water Cottage, Ms. Ryland refers to the mature oaks, which partly intercede in the view. I do not disagree with the line of mature oaks. However, having been to the property and stood on the decking of the western parts of the garden, the oak trees will not partly intercede in the view. In fact, you will see that angle tower very clearly, and it would appear dominant, as also noted in seen in the Y line of that property. The property to Lagner Lane, which is off the A82. I think it's maybe one of the closest properties where you've got a tower at 105 meters. And again, we'll see this tomorrow. Yes, there is a mature coniferous tree, but there is some outdoor seating outside the entrance to the property where you would see the tower at almost full height at that distance. In my opinion, that would be a breach to the RVAT. I don't have anything further to add in regards to Black House.
Is there anything that I've missed that I should have asked you in examination in chief, Mr. Sinha, because we've covered a number of topics, but those are all the questions I had.
I think that's all. Thank you.
A rare moment of coincidence. Thank you very much. Mr. Reid will no doubt have some questions for you.
I suggest maybe a short break just before we start that, 10 minutes.
I'm obliged. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's us back. Mr. Reid?
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Sinha.
Good afternoon.
It's clear from the EAR that the applicant has tried, where possible, to reduce the potential landscape and visual effects through the proposed design and routing of the scheme. Agreed?
For most of it,
Okay. But nevertheless, there's going to be significant adverse landscape and visual effects from a scheme of this size and nature. Agreed?
agreed.
What was your first involvement with the proposed development?
The review of the application when it was submitted. So that's when I joined Highland Council.
You had no involvement with the proposed development when you worked for WSP?
No.
Okay. East Harmoniac, you're critical of the number of receptors included in the group. We maybe look at, I'm sorry, this wasn't on my short list because I didn't expect this to come up, 015005, please. Page 2.
Sorry, could you just repeat that again? 005?
Sorry, 015005. 015005, page 2. And we see the turquoise boxes are residential properties scoped in, and the green boxes are the residential properties scoped out. And your position is all the green ones you've had regard to as well.
I have, yes.
Is that based on having visited the properties or just a paper exercise?
Initially, it was a desk-based exercise, and then, as I said in my inquiry report, I've had multiple site visits.
And those site visits have included all the green properties?
I did not, the first site visit did not go to individual properties. I assessed from publicly located, accessible locations. There were only 2 properties when I produced my inquiry report that I actually visited the curtilage of, which is Grove Park and Lagan Cottage. Not in this area.
So that's a no to visiting the green properties, is that right?
In this area, yes.
Okay. So even if they're in woodland or dense forest, you want them included, unreasonable to leave them out. Is that right?
Could you repeat that, please?
So you've not visited them, but if the properties are screened by woodland or forest, your criticism is unreasonable to leave them out because of possible significant effect.
I think what I said in chief was that I acknowledge that not every property within a residential receptor group would be significant, but I said it's definitely more than one property, because I think the point I was trying to make was that the number of receptors significantly affected, whether they are major to moderate or moderate, that all has to be considered as significant effects. It's not just the ones that are taken into the RVAA.
Okay, but that's done. That's a view taken on without visiting those properties. It's a paper-based assessment.
On that plan, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry,
No.
just one point to clarify there. Between my inquiry report and recognition, I have visited 2 properties on there, but they are not the green ones.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you're critical of the route selection at this area as well, aren't you?
I have raised concern, yes.
Yeah. 4.1.3 of your inquiry report. Route selection, however, is not dictated by landscape and visual concerns. Agreed?
It's one of the factors, yes.
Is that a yes? It's not dictated by landscape and visual?
Well, I think it is one of the factors taken into account when looking at route selection.
Okay. And in section 2, which we're concerned with, there are 5 options you tell us in paragraph 4.1.3 of your inquiry report. 2A2 is the preferred route, and you're critical of that selection. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If we maybe just look at document 016.041.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah. And if we go to page 18 of the PDF,
Yeah.
you see the overview of the 5 route options for this section.
That's correct.
You're critical of preferring 2A2. What's your preferred route?
So as you can see in my inquiry report in this paragraph, sorry, not in that paragraph, but in paragraph 4.1.5,
Yep.
I give route T2C1 as an example as a preferred route to 2A2, particularly in relation to a smaller number of receptors, particularly residential receptors that would be affected.
So you would have preferred 2C1 to be selected as opposed to 2A2?
Out of the 5 options there.
Yeah. Okay, pass on to page 28.
Is that of the 016, 041?
Yeah, same document.
Yeah, I've got that.
I think you tell us in your inquiry report you'd looked at this document, this table. It shows a comparative analysis of the routes.
I did, yes.
I'll not ask you about natural heritage, and I'll not ask you about cultural heritage, but if we pass on a few pages, we see landscape and visual.
Yeah, I
Page
have that.
31. Not going to read all of that out that's there, but could you explain to us your points of disagreement with that comparative analysis as to why 2C1 should be preferred to 2A2?
I think it'll be useful to look at figure 5.3. Sorry, I got the reference wrong. The routing document which has got the maps. I'll just dig that out.
Well, I'm interested in the landscape and visual analysis.
Yes,
If
but
you
it's helpful
just,
to have
if
the
you just
map.
pause just a moment, I think.
I think it's just to do with the mics. You've both got them on at the same time, so whoever's speaking, switch the other one off. Thanks.
Okay. So, I'm interested in the landscape and visual analysis because that's what you've got experience in and that's what you can tell us about. I'm just interested to know your points of disagreement with the analysis in this table that you considered when preparing your inquiry report, because you don't tell us in the inquiry report or the precognition where you disagree with this analysis.
I think where I disagree is really in terms of the effects, the large number of receptors, residential receptors that would be significantly affected. I think it's very evident when you look at a plan with all the different route options, that it's evident where 2A2 goes and where 2C1 goes. That was one of the points of disagreement when I was reviewing all the different options. So it would be helpful, I'd like the reporters to look at the figure with the route options, which I'll just dig out.
Before we go to that, I'm going to ask one more time. I want to understand where you disagree with this reasoning, because to be clear and to be fair to you, I will make the submission that with experts, The weight is in the reasons, not the conclusions. And I will make the submission that absent any reasons in your inquiry report and your precognition, your conclusion should have no weight attached to it. That's why, out of fairness, I'm asking you to explain, by reference to the table you considered when preparing your inquiry report, where you disagree with the reasoning and analysis.
I'd say the analysis is fair for each route in terms of the option. However, there is disagreement of the content and the comparison. What I'm trying to tell you is that I prefer 2C1 to 2A2. And I think if you see on page 32 there, for example, route C1, for example, where there's some very clear reasoning where it says the route sits reasonably comfortably in the landscape, appears quite well screened, the extent is reduced by trees for the Great Glen Way. So there are points here that came to my attention, and when I looked at the plan, that 2C1 was a better option. But I can say that in terms of analyzing the different route options, this table has considered all receptors, etc. But the disagreement is the route option.
Did you read all of this document or just table 5.3?
I didn't read the 126 pages of this document, but I read what I felt were the relevant sections.
We pass on to page 35. Did you read this and consider it relevant?
Sorry, is that electronic page 35? Oh, it's the same, sorry. Yes, the table with the, is that the text of the table you're referring to?
Well, we're going to look at both. I'm interested, did you look at both in preparing your inquiry report?
I do recall looking at this, yes.
So table 5.4, we see the reasoning that goes into route selection. Route 2A1 is the preferred route from an environmental perspective. It's preferred for landscape and visual as it has the best overall landscape fit along the crossing of the Aird due to having a lower and less intrusive pathway than the other options. Route 2A1 is preferred for natural heritage designations due to being further away from the statutory designated sites, and preferred for protected species due to having greater proportion of agricultural land, lower proportion of woodlands. It's also preferred for habitats due to having the least coverage of Annex 1 habitats. Area 2A2 is the second preferred route from an environmental perspective. The least preferred routes are 2B and 2C1, which 2C2, which puts your route 2C1 in the middle. Why do you disagree with the preferred and second preferred routes?
For me, it was the extent of receptors that would overall be affected from a landscape and visual perspective. And in my opinion, 2C1 appeared to affect the least number of residential receptors in comparison to other route options.
Okay. If we go to the end of the text, immediately before the table, on balance, route 2A2 has been selected as the preferred route, whilst route 2A1 is preferred from an environmental perspective. It is least preferred from an engineering perspective due to impacts on a number of residential dwellings that would be unavoidable. Route 2A2 is considered to be the second preferred route from an environmental perspective due to significant cultural heritage, habitats and landscape character constraints associated with the other route options. Route 2A2 is also considered acceptable from an engineering and cost perspective. Did you consider anything other than landscape and visual when expressing the view that a different route should have been selected?
I did not.
So you're ultimately not actually in a position or qualified to disagree with the assessment because it's dependent on a lot more than landscape and visual. Is that right?
I do agree there are a number of factors that you do take into account, a number of environmental considerations, but my job as a landscape architect is to look at the most optimum landscape and visual routing option.
I know Mr. Finlay gets exercised when someone doesn't answer the question he's asked. The question was whether you consider yourself qualified when it's not simply a landscape and visual assessment, do you consider yourself qualified to criticise the route selection when we see how the number of factors come together to alight on it?
No, I don't. I'm not qualified to talk about other disciplines.
Thank you. (4.1.5), you also talk about undergrounding and say that should have been explored for this section of the route. Is that right?
That's correct. That was a second alternative option I suggested.
Mm-hmm. Did you do any research into the requirements of undergrounding a 400 kilowatt cable?
I am aware of a document that has been submitted part of the ERA about undergrounding. I did not go through it in detail. However, I do understand there are technicalities associated with undergrounding.
Sorry, did you do any research into the requirements of undergrounding a 400 kilowatt cable at the time of preparing your inquiry report?
I only looked at that document about undergrounding, no further research.
And if we look at document 013002, is this the document that you looked at?
That's correct.
Okay. It's fair to say this isn't just technical constraints, it talks about landscape and visual issues as well. Is that right?
I think there is a section just on environmental, other environmental considerations on page 8. There is no header of landscape and visual there. There is peat, woodland, and other topics, but you have got other environmental considerations at the bottom.
Okay, if we go to page 3 of the document. Engineering considerations.
Yeah.
Underground transmission cables at 400 kilowatts for SSEN transmissions projects require up to 5 cables. To deliver the necessary capacity, 3 sets of double circuit 400 kilowatt cables are required, which means that up to 30 parallel cables would need to be installed. For thermal reasons, the cables need to be suitably spaced out. To achieve the required spacing, a group of trenches at a combined width of over 40 metres wide would need to be excavated, typically between 1 and 3 metres deep. During the construction period, a working corridor of over 70 metres wide is required for cable installation. And in the paragraph below, these cable trenches can also leave a residual visual impact on the landscape, with a potential to result in significant environmental impacts and future land constraints. What assessment did you do of the likely residual visual impact on the landscape that would result from undergrounding?
I did not undertake an assessment.
How did you feel able to suggest undergrounding from a landscape and visual perspective without assessing that likely residual visual impact?
I think as a consultee, I can give an appraisal, but it's not my job to undertake a full assessment when I'm providing a response to an application. And I feel that the applicant should have undertaken a further, more detailed analysis of undergrounding in this section. There was a meeting that was held with Highland Council and the applicant in relation to my concerns. And when we talked about undergrounding this section, and it's very evident in the minutes of that meeting that undergrounding was very quickly dismissed, and this document was referred to in that. So I think this is this area A, of the particular stretch of concern is largely a flat area, and I think given less topographical constraints here, the applicant should have had an opportunity to explore this a little bit more detail even then to dismiss it at the end.
Okay. Turn on page 4 of the 013002, the document we're in. Cable joint bays. We pick up the first paragraph on the 5th line. We see, for electrical reasons, the maximum length for each section of 400 kilowatt cable with a high rating need to be further limited to approximately 400 metres. At each point where these sections of cable are jointed or connected together, there's a requirement for intermediate joint bays. The footprint of these joint bays would exceed that of the width of the operational trenches for the associated underground cable circuits, with the width of these joint bay locations likely to be around 45 metre wide. These joint bays would also result in some permanent above-ground infrastructure in the form of manholes and link pillars installed in a freestanding arrangement to allow for ongoing maintenance access. In this largely flat landscape, what would the visual impact be of the infrastructure associated with the cable joint bays?
There would be significant effects during construction, but when the works are finished, there's likely the effects would be reduced during operation. There might still be some significant residual effects, but I think in comparison to what we currently have, there would be less.
What would the significant residual effects be?
I can't answer that until there's further evidence in front of me.
Turn over the page. Cable sealing ends. At each point, an underground cable transitions to an overhead line, there requires to be a cable sealing end compound. This would consist of a stoned, hard standing platform with a security fence around its perimeter, where the underground cable would transition and connect to the overhead steel tower. The footprint for these compounds is estimated to be around 70 metres by 70 metres. I'm conscious you've told us you saw this document when preparing your inquiry report. Where would you have anticipated that 70 metre square compound to go on this largely flat and open landscape?
Let's look at a figure. Trying to find a site layout. So I've got figure 3.1, which is 007004, and that's, I think, on page 2 of 29. So it straddles over page 1 and 2. So page 1 is sort of the western end, where it goes over the A862 and into the woodland. So there could have been potential of looking in that area. And then on the eastern end, I would say on the eastern side of East Ammoniac, before the route goes up the Ed, could have been an area worth exploring.
And what would the landscape and visual impact be of that 70 metre squared compound on this largely flat and open landscape?
I haven't seen any visualizations, so I can't comment.
I'm not going to read it all out, but back on page 5 of 013002, the heading reactive compensation, explains that the footprint of the substations increases because you need equipment to maintain the quality of the electricity being transmitted. To what extent did you have regard to the consequences for the size of the substations as a result of undergrounding?
I did not go into the technicalities of this.
That's not a technicality. There's a landscape and visual consequence of expanding the size of a substation. To what extent did you have regard to that?
I did not take that into regard.
Why didn't you take these things into regard, having read this document and preparing an inquiry report that suggests undergrounding as a possible alternative?
I think it's mainly that the applicant did not explore this in fully detail rather than dismiss undergrounding of the full route. I think a little bit more explanation during the meeting with Highland Council would have been helpful to understand some of the more detailed implications of in this particular area.
So are you're not actually suggesting undergrounding's an option here, you're just saying there should have been a little bit more detail at a meeting?
I was suggesting undergrounding as a option of the several options there. But I think it's down to the applicant to provide more information.
Last point I'll take from this document, page 7.
Sorry, I've just lost the document. Could you just give me the reference number again?
013002.
Thank you.
Do we see the heading woodland on the right-hand side?
I do.
The final paragraph. Underground cable operational corridors need to maintain a set width and be clear of trees to ensure root growth does not damage the cable, and equally that the construction does not damage tree roots, limiting opportunities for tree retention, design, construction and operation. There's limited scope for flexibility. What would the landscape and visual consequences be of having a 45-metre wide path through this landscape where you couldn't have tree planting, you had limited options because you needed access to the cables?
Sorry, are you asking me in relation to trees, or you in the sense, are you asking me if you can repeat the question?
Here we see that the operational corridor is a set width, clear of trees. We'll see early in the document, I can take you to it, but you've read it before, that we need access at least annually. What's the landscape and visual impact of having this 45-metre wide corridor where the cables are running?
I think without seeing evidence, I would say there would be significant effects, but primarily during construction, and less so during operation.
Why would there be less during operation?
Because the landscape would be restored.
Why would it be restored?
Well, to retain the existing character of the landscape.
So if you had to remove trees to put in the cables, you'd replant the trees. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, not maybe necessarily where the cable is. I understand there needs to be an offset with trees. So if it's within forestry, woodland, that's a different matter. But if it's an open corridor, I'm not saying you have to plant trees in the open corridor.
Are all these things not relevant to the landscape and visual impact of undergrounding, and should they not properly have been considered in your inquiry report before suggesting that undergrounding was an option at this stage from a landscape and visual perspective?
I don't believe so. I think there needed to be further evidence from the applicant about undergrounding. I think I've been very clear that it is one of the many options or potential options for mitigation.
Why didn't you mention this document in your inquiry report?
I didn't feel the need.
Why not? We've looked at what it tells us about landscape and visual consequences. Why didn't you include it?
I don't have any further comment on that.
Okay, move on to the Caledonian Canal. Am I right in understanding if the micrositing that Scottish Canals and Nature Scotland are being consulted on is agreed, that resolves the concerns you have at the Caledonian Canal?
I think if the micrositing is like 50 metres, that's my understanding, that would address my concern.
Thank you. Can leave that then. Scannyport, I think we know the respective positions in relation to that. So that brings us to Culloden. If we can... Sorry, another document which I didn't expect to come up. This is the last new document, 009021. Please.
Yeah, I've got that.
And I think you made the point that you disagreed with Ms. Rylett on her assessment of the susceptibility of receptors in this area. You made the point about tourists and the number of people and whether she had underplayed that.
I didn't mention that she had underplayed it. I think the point I was making was that it is a battlefield and there's no point thinking that it wasn't a battlefield.
Okay. If we go to PDF page 60 of this document, internal number page 59. On the left-hand column, we see THC, REC 25. We're talking about visitors to Culloden battlefield. And I'm just going to note the third column, susceptibility, high, value, high, sensitivity, high. Mr. Finlay, I'll take you there in re-examination if I'm wrong, but Ms. Rylett took the same view on susceptibility. So, having seen that, is there actually anything between you and Ms. Rylett on the susceptibility issue?
In relation to the assessment there.
Again, in relation to Culloden, there's a disagreement on route selection, 4.4.5 of your inquiry report. Do you have that?
I do, yes.
You mentioned table 5.3. I think it's 5.6 and 5.7. We'll look at them in a moment. Is that just a copy and paste error in preparing the report?
I'll need to check, but it might be.
Well, we looked at 5.3 earlier.
So, yes.
Yep. Okay, if we go back to 016041.
Yeah, I've got that.
You see section 3, table 5-5. Route 3B was the preferred option here, and again, I'll just ask you about landscape and visual, which we can find on page 39.
I have that.
And again, for the same reason that there's no reasoning in their inquiry reports, I'll make the submission that there's no weight on the conclusion. Would you like to explain your points of disagreement with that comparative analysis of the landscape and visual effects of the three routes?
I don't think I've got anything to say here. I think when I reviewed all the route options, all of it was in concern with the skyline towers and the way the route goes across the hillside on Meal Moor. And hence I provided some different options there. but I don't have anything further to add on the analysis there.
Okay, so no reasons for disagreeing with the analysis there. Turn on to page 40, table 5.6. Same format as before, we see the analysis.
We do.
From an environmental perspective, a preferred route was not immediately clear. However, route 3B is marginally preferred overall. And if we pass to the end, on balance, route 3B has been selected as the preferred route. This is because it offers the opportunity to site the OHL further from Culloden Battlefield to reduce indirect impacts, whilst also avoiding the landscape and visual pressures and engineering constraints affecting route 3C to the south. My question is this: could you explain to us why your position, which I presume is the Highland Council's position, is they prefer a route that takes the overhead line closer to the battlefield?
I think closer to the battlefield doesn't mean that it would be more visible, because closer to the battlefield could be that it's lower down in the landscape, because you know the relationship between where the battlefield is and where this hillside is, where the current alignment goes on the skyline. Other options, perhaps to review, look below the skyline. And I think the concern was always about the skyline towers and the particular section crossing Mealmore.
So that's your position, that it might be less visual if we move the line closer. Is that?
It might, but
Okay.
I haven't seen any visualizations.
Right. I wanted to check that because we look at table 5-6, which is the RAG rating for this section. We see landscape and visual. Then there's 3 sub-parameters: designation, landscape character, and visual. Route 3A, medium. Route 3B, low to medium. Route 3C, high. So it's assessed as having the lowest visual impact. But your position is it's a route that is closer to the battlefield with a higher visual impact. Do I understand that correctly?
Sorry, I can't comment on it till I have seen some visualizations of different options.
Sorry, this is a document you considered in preparing an inquiry report that disagrees with route 3B, so presumably prefers route 3A or 3C, and I'm trying to understand the reasons for expressing the views that are in the inquiry report.
In my inquiry report at paragraph 4.4.8, which is document page 45, I have considered, given a possible combination of route options there of 3A and 3C and 4A1 and 4A2, but I go on to say that that could have been explored around the triple SI there, and go on to explain a little. Obviously, I go on about undergrounding and talk about the undergrounding of the 275 kV line. Going back to these options, so obviously I did review the 3 options that are you're pointing me towards, but I have asked the applicant to consider combining some options there.
Yes, but what I'm interested in is 3A and 3C are closer to the battlefield and have higher visual impact, and I'm wanting to understand the reasons for preferring that to route 3B.
Could we take a look at the plan showing the different options? I can explain that better.
If there's a document you wish the reporters to look at, then give us the reference.
If you look at O1642, which I think is the first figure there, figure 5.2, page 4 of 11, that's showing
Sorry, what's the document number?
01642. And it's page 1, which is figure 5.2, and I believe that shows route options in relation to 4A1 and 4A2, 4B, 4C, where I've commented on combining 4A1 and 4A2, but I can't actually find a plan that shows 3A, B, and 3C, which I have looked at previously, but
I think it's at the end of 1641, and the plan is perhaps page 103 of 126. My apologies, that's not the right one. It's later on.
Over the page, 104.
It's 104 or 105.
what page number was
I think
that?
it's 104.
104 has 3A, 3B, 3C.
Yep.
And over the page...
Yes, no, it's 104.
We get the 4s.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got that now. So if you look at figure 4.1, which is electronic page 104, where you can see options 3A, 3B, and 3C, of which 3B is the preferred option for the applicant. So in that particular view, I do acknowledge 3A is closer to the battlefield, but it is at a lower elevation. And 3C is away from the battlefield, much further than 3B. If we turn to the next page at 105, so you've got all the different options there, and 4A2, and I've said to have a look at combination of 4A1 and 4A2, which are the closest to the battlefield, but I believe 4B is said to be the most suitable, but there is again, 4A1 and 4A2 will be lower down in the landscape than 4B, so I think I was a bit confused by the table there, where there is a high rating for visual when the overhead line would be lower down in the landscape compared to the skylining effect.
Okay, well, since we've gone to 4, if we go back to 016, 041, we can see what was said about those routes. PDF page 47. Sorry, to be fair to you first, we should go to PDF page 45, where we have the analysis of the 4 routes by landscape and visual.
I have that.
And I'm going to ask you the same question, because in the absence of any reasons I'm going to make the submission that your conclusion has no weight. Could you explain your points of disagreement with the comparative analysis set out in relation to landscape and visual for those 4 routes?
I think it's important when this analysis has been undertaken to look at the plans of the routes. I think you can't, I'm not criticizing what is the content or the way it's been appraised, the route options. I think the point here is that the preferred option by the applicant is not agreed by myself, and I've given alternative options. And my concern is, as I've said that there, is to do with the skylining effect, which I believe this option does.
Okay, well, I've given you an opportunity. On to page 47. Table 5.8 shows the RAG ratings for section 4. Environmentally, route 4A1 is the least preferred route due to being closest to the Culloden battlefield and Culloden Muir, 2 Category A listed buildings and a Darnaway and Lethen Forest SPA designated for Kappa Cayley. That's Friday's discussion. The A routes risk being skylined in the Culloden and Clare areas and are generally closer to scattered residential properties along the B9091 in the valley along the River Nairn. So it's the least preferred route on this analysis for those reasons, but it's your preferred route from a landscape and visual perspective. Have I understood that correct?
I think I've said a combination of 4A1 and 4A2 there. I've not said pinpointed specifically at 4A1 or 4A2. And I think whilst this analysis is helpful, I think without some wirelines or visualizations, which of course the applicant had access to, but I have not had sight of those, so it's quite hard to visualize. So I've gone on what is in front of me when I've prepared my evidence.
Where do I find that limitation, in your opinion, being stated in your inquiry report?
It's not, I'm clarifying it now.
Why wasn't it stated in your inquiry report?
I don't have any further comment on that.
Mr. Reid, I wonder if we could move on, because I think we understand the point that you're making here.
I get it, ma'am, we're at the last of these, but in fairness, I am going to make a submission that you place no weight, and it's only fair that the witness has an opportunity to provide the reasons, despite having not taken the opportunity of the precognition in the inquiry report.
Which I think you've given him, so thank you.
Moving on to the RVAT. Generally complies with the Landscape Institute Residential Visual Amenity Technical Guidance Notes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've
Sorry,
identified...
you said RVAT.
Sorry,
it's
RVA. Thank you. You've identified properties where you concluded there is the potential for there to be a breach.
That's correct.
Yeah. Because I noted, or I picked you up, the very last property you were talking about with Mr. Finlay, you said there was a breach of the RVAT. Was that misspeaking?
Sorry. Which property was that?
It was the very last one you discussed. I think it was 2 Langleyan. You were telling us about the picnic bench or the table outside where you might have the full height of the tower. And as I picked up your last answer, you said there was a breach of the RVAT.
So I'll clarify that potential for breach.
Thank you. Why haven't you reached a view on whether there's a breach or not?
I don't think it's incorrect to still use the word potential of breach. I am alerting the decision maker that the properties of concern are in the danger zone, and it is ultimately the decision maker to decide in the judgment overall planning balance.
But in this context, you're expert, and you're the assessor. Your expert view is being sought on this. And we can turn it off if we need to, but we looked at 419 earlier today. You've seen us look at 419 in the paragraph 4.19 of the guidance, document 010.057 for the notes. And we can turn it if we need to, but it says assessors should ensure that their judgments are unambiguous and have a clear, rational conclusion. Do you feel you've reached an unambiguous judgment?
I think I've been clear that whilst I have used the word potential of breach, it is my duty as consultee to alert the decision maker.
So, put another way, in respect of no property, do you conclude that in your professional opinion there would be an RVAT breach? That's correct?
Could you repeat that, please?
Put another way, in respect of no property, do you conclude that in your professional opinion there would be an RVAT breach?
I don't understand the question.
There's no property where your professional opinion, having carried out your assessment, is to say to the reporters, in your professional opinion, there is a breach of the RVAT threshold. In relation to no property, do you say that?
That's correct. I've used the word potential for breach.
So in that sense, you and Ms Rylett are at one. Neither of you identify a property where there's an RVAT breach.
Ms. Rylett says no breach, but when I say potential of breach, does not mean that there is no breach. As I said, I am alerting. It is my duty to alert the decision maker. And I'd also like to point out that when I undertook RVAs myself, it is not unreasonable to still use the word potential of breach, and that still ultimately it is the decision maker's decision to consider it in the overall planning balance.
Okay. But applying the Landscape Institute guidance, your professional opinion, the opinion you're offering to reporters, at no point have you identified what you feel obliged to identify as an RVAT breach. Agreed?
I think my inquiry report and recognition are clear.
Did you visit Black House? Did you visit Mr. Kemp's property?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Other than that, the RVAT, I think as Mr. Finlay's put it, there's a difference of professional opinion on what's an inherently subjective matter. That's fair?
Correct.
And you've heard Ms Rylett's position, and you've had an opportunity to comment on anything that she said about it.
I don't have anything further.
Well, I don't think it helps anyone to put any points about that. It's a matter for the reporters. Ma'am, if I could maybe just have a moment just to check. I'm obliged. Thank you, ma'am.
I don't think I have any further questions because I think they've all been answered, but just give me a second. Just one question, possibly two. One around cumulative effects. Have you said anything in your inquiry report, or could you draw us to anything about the cumulative landscape and visual effects with Spittal, Beauly, Fanellan, or the Beauly diversion? Anything around that Fanellan end?
Paragraph 1.1.10 of my inquiry report, which is document page 13. I think there's just one paragraph there that to say that I've reviewed the cumulative assessment in the EIAR, in the EIAR and the one that was issued in the technical note, I was satisfied with the cumulative effects included, assessed.
So you agree with what's in the applicant's assessment?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And just, you made some mention about, I think, previously mentioning a location at Loch Tummel where we could look at possible towers in relation to painting of towers. Is there a particular location there, and what are the height and the design of those towers in relation to what we're looking at in the proposal? Just trying to work out whether that's a worthwhile visit for us.
So, Annex 3 of my inquiry report includes the various photographs that I visited Queen's View, which is a specific viewpoint signposted. So I would certainly recommend going to that viewpoint. And then there is another viewpoint. I'll have to dig out the exact location, but if you travel west along the road to the north of the loch, there is a hotel which has got a big lay-by, and you look straight onto the development. And I feel that is a better location than the Queen's View viewpoint because you can actually really see the contrast in the painted towers and the unpainted towers. In relation to the height, I'm afraid I don't have that information to hand. Perhaps I know the applicant will, but that's all I can say about the locations. That I'd say those two locations are the most appropriate.
Right, I think that's all. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Mr. Finlay?
Yes, just a few questions. Just in respect to that last question, is the line that you can see from the Queen's View a 132 kV line, or do you know the scale of the line? I don't think it's part of Beauly Denny, is it?
I don't think so. I think it is a 132 kV, but I'm not quite sure where it connects from and to.
Yep. But it's, thank you. Now, taking you back to some of Mr. Reid's questions, he particularly put in terms of the route selections, in terms of, and I can deal with them compendiously, Section A and Section D. He put questions to you about the comparative assessment in document 1641. Implicit in his questioning was an assumption that the assessments are accepted by you. Now, firstly, dealing with the landscape and visual impact on your area of concern A, do you accept the LVIA assessment in terms of significance of impact? Of the chosen route?
Well, there are areas of disagreement. I think there is an agreement that there are significant effects in Area A, but it's more the number of receptors, in my view, that are far greater than what's been considered.
And just, perhaps it came out more clearly in Mr. Eilert's evidence, but in terms of the ability still to appreciate the underlying landscape in that area, is there a difference between you and the applicant in that regard?
Yes, it is.
And then in terms of Culloden, Area D, is there a difference in assessment of significant impact in respect of Area D?
It is.
So is your starting point for consideration of route options in Area D the same as document 1641?
No.
Okay. You were asked questions in respect of document 13.2, which is the undergrounding, implications of undergrounding. And Mr. Reid put to you some passages on page 4, but didn't read to the end of it, as far as I recall, where he was talking about cable joint bays. They're going to have a footprint of approximately 5 metres by 5 metres. How would that compare with a small fenced compound of 5 metres by 5 metres? Let's assume a normal size of fence that you would see surrounding electrical installation. How will that compare with the towers that are proposed?
I think quite a contrast in vertical scale.
Okay. And then if you took you over the page, and there were the two compounds estimated to be 70 metres by 70 metres, again with security fencing of a scale that one can reasonably imagine. Again, how would that compare by way of contrast with the towers that would otherwise be covering Area A?
I think the towers would have the most dominant effect there.
In terms of the impact of the alternative of undergrounding, or indeed any of the alternatives, and here I will, I think, lead you unless my own friend objects, were those matters that are dealt with at least in part, raised by you in advance and dealt with part in the technical note that's been produced by the applicant? The alternatives for those areas.
Sorry, are you taking me to that document?
Well, it's 2026, the Landscape and Visual Technical Note for Highland Council. And I was trying to save time, but it looks at alternative route options in Area A, alternative options for the Caledonian Canal and alternative options for south of Culloden.
That's correct.
Given, have you seen Ms Rylott or the applicant produce any view on the extent of landscape and visual impact of the alternative options of undergrading?
None.
You were asked, and you agreed that you couldn't give any professional view on route selection as such, but in your, I just want to take you to 2 paragraphs in your report finally, 4.1.5. You preface your remarks in 4.1.5 by reference to the comparative analysis in relation to landscape and visual matters of the route options. Are you professionally qualified to give evidence in that regard? And then again in 4.1.12, where you're considering the technical note I've just referred to, and the suggestion in that note, which you quote, that the current proposed is the least visually intrusive, you say that's not accepted. Are you professionally qualified to give that view?
I am.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Sinha. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. So I think that takes us to Mr. Kemp. We'll maybe just have another 5 minutes break, and Mr. Kemp, if you could take your seat up there. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Kemp, for stepping up. Obviously, you don't have to give evidence in chief because you haven't given your recognition. If you want to say a few words just of introduction, and then Mr. Reid will start his cross-examination, if that's okay.
Just to say thank you for accepting my submission and having me along today. And yes, I look forward to any questions that Mr. Reid has.
Okay.
Ma'am, just to say the documents that were received late, I think Mr. Kemp indicated we can deal with those in submissions. That's how I propose to deal with them as
That's
well.
Okay,
I don't think I've got many questions. Mr. Kemp, has the planned layout of the property changed since the plans were submitted for approval?
No, it's not. It's the same. Well, actually, to clarify, the plans for the main residence have not changed. There was a subsequent application to put a flat in one of the ancillary buildings, which was changed.
Because this can be made available to reporters that become significant, but the plan I've seen that was submitted for planning permission has the living room facing north in the property. Is that correct?
You have views to the south from the living room. It is on the north side of the property, but you have clear views to the south.
And that's because it leads into the dining room, open plan dining room kitchen, which is on the south.
That is correct, yes.
That's fine. I just want to make sure there hadn't been a change in the layout. Ma'am, I don't have any other questions that can be dealt with in submissions on the other matters, I think.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, if that's okay. Could you just confirm, so it's the western property that you're sort of living in. What is the other property that was assessed being used for, if you don't mind me asking?
What do you mean, the southern property?
The property that had been assessed in the RVA that was incorrectly identified as your home, what, is it being used as a dwelling also?
That's, it's ancillary accommodation. And it has, you know, it's a contained apartment, it's 2 bedrooms, kitchen, bathroom, toilets. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll obviously see that when we come to the visit tomorrow. So, and we'll also be able to see a little bit more about the layout in the rooms and where the windows are facing. So that's helpful. The only question I had really was in relation to the residential visual amenity threshold. So you talk about that in your inquiry report. So is it your position that the reporters should favour the lavender test? For example, that RVAT would be breached if the main views were affected, not the guidance in the Landscape Institute guidance, which refers to blocking the only available view.
Well, no, I think the point made in my submission was not to favour one or the other. The point made in my submission is that the Landscape Institute guidance does not say that a threshold would be breached if it blocks the only available view, and that was my my allegation, I suppose.
Do you have any other questions? No, well, I'm afraid to say that's all the questions we have. Maybe you'll be happy, but we're content that that's all we need to know for now, and we'll see more tomorrow on our site visit.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so I think that concludes all the evidence, as far as I'm aware. And I'm grateful for everybody getting through the timetable quickly so that we can finish at a reasonable time. Just to say a little bit about tomorrow, obviously we'll be carrying out site visits, and there's been a couple of emails I see about that today. We will go in our own car and we'll go to the first location at 9:30, which I have on my list, which is Venus View. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly, but property number 1 at 9:30. I'm aware that some of the applicants' party, and I think the council are also going to come along to that, which is perfectly fine. If you want to travel together, that's fine. But we'll take our own car and then we'll just go through each property. Where we have a situation where we haven't had express permission granted, we're still going to go to that property and see if we can get access on the day, and if not, we'll take a view about whether we need to do further visits at a later date. So that's the plan. After that, we have the community hearing tomorrow night, which will be here at 5:30. Obviously, everybody's welcome to attend. In terms of the layout, we were planning on doing a similar layout to this. I don't know whether the applicants and the council want to sit at the table or whether they're happy to sit behind. We weren't imagining that you were sort of participating, but there may be some questions. So if you'd like to sit at the table, that's up to you. Would you like to?
We'll probably have someone sitting at the table, I think.
Okay, and the council? Yeah, okay.
It may be somebody from the council attend, but it won't be me.
Right. We'll try and accommodate some chairs around the table. That's great. Any other questions? Mr. Sinha.
Just a question on the site visit. Just want to flag up, I think all the properties that are due for site visits, I think have reasonable sized driveways. The only property I'd raise a point on is Lagan Cottage, which is literally off the A82, and it doesn't really have quite a big driveway for multiple cars, and it's not safe to really park on the B862. So we may need to make a decision when we're perhaps at Grove Park, whether we leave car and just walk up the verge, but we can make that call tomorrow. But I just want to flag that might be the only property where multiple cars. So, I mean, I'm quite happy to, if the applicant's okay to travel together, or if, unless we're going in 3 different cars, it might be too much for Lagan Cottage.
Yeah. That's really a good tip, actually. I'll have a look at that tonight. But I think is the order of it that we'll be at Lagnaleen. Is that Lagnaleen you're talking about? No.
No, it's Lagan Cottage,
Oh,
which
right,
is,
okay.
I think it's adjacent to Grove Park, but
Yes,
it's
that
just
comes
off
after
the main road.
that comes after Grove Park and Cooler. So that's fine. Yes, we could take that call when we get to the farm. That's helpful. Thank you. Any other comments?
Only thing I want to mention at this point, sir, you had asked a particular question in advance of Friday. I'm told that the information isn't tabulated in the document, but is set out, I think, on page 133 of the document. I've seen a highlighted version where the expert has identified the passages he relied on, and it might just be easiest to provide that as rather than me trying to direct you to where it is in because there's multiple columns. So I'll probably ask someone sitting around me to get that to you in advance of Friday.
That's helpful. Thank you. And just want to say thank you very much for all your time and efforts. I know it's quite a long session for some of you, so thank you. It's been very, very helpful, and we'll see some of you tomorrow. Thanks.